target of 20 metric million ton in next 5 years. To enhance the fish production, quality fish seed is basic and most important component. As you are knowing that population is increasing day by day, demand of fish is also soaring, but supply from wild stocks are depleting. The production of fish from riverine sources, especially Ganga River system, has gone down to less than 20 kg per hectare per year in the recent past. Similarly, the major carp production has also got down to less than 3 kg per hectare per year in the same period. This may be due to irrational exploitation of brooders and juveniles, loss of breeding grounds, and deterioration of water quality. Although the state is blessed by nature with vast and varied inland freshwater fishery resources in the form of ponds and tanks, which includes about more than 1 lakh hectares, oxbow lakes, 9,000 hectares, floodplains, that is chores, 9.4 lakh hectares, reservoirs after separation of Bihar. Only small and medium reservoir is available for exploitation of the fish. Besides this, the state has a network of rivers and canals which account about 3,200 kilometers and is spread over all over the state. In spite of this vast and varied fishery resources and trained fishing communities, particularly in capture fishery, state is still depends on supply of fish and seed from other states. The main reason for such a grave situation is lack of quality seed of desired lack of quality brood fish is another factor which affects our fish seed production program, and genetic aspect of the brood fish management are of utmost importance as genetics of a population determines its potential. Another issue is the non-availability of skilled technical manpower or hatchery managers. It is also a bottleneck in fish seed production. They are not aware about the hatchery operation techniques and its management. In this regard, on kind instruction of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, University has initiated certificate course and diploma courses from the academic session 2021-22 to develop trained and skilled manpower in different disciplines of the university. Another issue is in fish seed development sector is slow pace of diversification in fish seed production. In Bihar, aquaculture is mainly dependent on carp seed production, which account for about more than 80%. There are several short duration, high value species which has good demand among consumers and fetch high price in market could be brought under seed production program. On instruction of Honorable Vice Chancellor, college has initiated to standardize the breeding and culture techniques of selected potential and economically important short duration high value species, and among them the measures are the breeding and culture techniques of Pontius gunionotus, breeding and culture techniques of Mestas imballus aculeatus, commonly known as gaicha, and breeding and culture technique of Desi mangur, Clarius bratticus, freshwater prawn, Micropathrina rosenbergi, and several ornamental fishes. We are also establishing a freshwater prawn hatchery first time in Bihar to make the availability of prawn seed within the state. Another issue is the natural calamities, flood and drought, which are the common features in Bihar and subjected to various degree of flooding every year. and disturb the aquaculture production as well as seed production too. We have to develop strategies to negotiate pre and post flood situation by supplying the availability of advanced fingerling yearlings. These few words, once again, I welcome you all, and I will like to share the video.
Always share option. Always share option though. Always share option though.
We are going to share video of the activities of the College of Fisheries Dolly.
Sir, actually, it is just a very short video, which is showing just a small what are the different infrastructure. We have made it by ourselves before 1 year back. So still there is some more input has been added within 1 year. So this is all about regarding our whatever the infrastructure we are having at a College of Fisheries Odisha. These are our aquarium labs that we are generally collecting and whatever the local fishes, especially the North Bihar fishes, and we are maintaining it live in our aquarium lab.
नहीं आ रहा जो रुका हुआ है
वीडियो नहीं चल रहा है
नहीं टेबल टेनिस का के बाद नहीं चल रहा है टेनिस के बाद तो
प्रवेश
वीडियो इज वर्किंग सर वीडियो चल रहा है लाइब्रेरी में अभी
हाँ हाँ this is our recirculatory aquaculture system, sir. And now we have the shade also. Previously it was without shade. We are having indoor hatchery as well as outdoor hatcheries. And this is about all carp hatcheries inside the as a indoor hatchery, sir. our feed bin, sir. We are using our feed ourselves for our own farm.
Sir, we are going to present the college of fisheries at a glance, which received in 5 years times from 2016, after 2016 to onward. Sir, we have, as per the recommendations of the deans, we have 7 departments, but these all departments are concerned in 3 major departments: aquaculture, fishery resource management, and fishery engineering and processing technology. So far, faculty position is concerned in College of Fisheries Dholi, sir. Earlier it was 15, but after recommendation of high-level committee, the post has become double, and the total sanction position of the faculty is now 30. Out of which we have sanction post for professor, 9 posts for associate professor, and 17 posts for assistant professor.
Dean sir, BC sir is joined. BC sir joined किए this time. Welcome sir to the webinar. Welcome sir.
Good morning, sir.
Continue. Please continue.
Out of 4 professors, we have 2 professors now promoted under the class program, and we have 1 associate professor and 9 assistant professor. The teaching program, we have started the teaching program under in UG, PFSC level, and the intake capacity is 50. And PG program, we have started 2 PG programs in Department of Aquaculture and Department of Fisheries Resource Management. The intake capacity in each department is 10. Similarly, we are going to start PhD program from 2021-22 sessions in Department of Aquaculture with intake capacity of 5 students. Research activities. At present, we have 11 university-funded research projects sanctioned by the Dr. Rajendra Prasad Central Agriculture University, and total amount of the sanction project is 91.84 lakhs. Similarly, we have 6 externally funded projects from NFDB and State Fisheries Department, and the total amount of the sanction project is 419 lakhs. 419 lakhs. So altogether, we have total project cost is 519 lakhs. So far infrastructure is concerned, during the 5 years tenure of Honorable our Vice Chancellor, we have developed a good infrastructure and better good faculty positions. In left side, it is the Chinese circular hatchery. In middle, it is a hatchery complex. We have 8 brood stock ponds, 10 earthen nursery ponds, 8 cemented nursery pond. These are the Mangur hatchery. We have indoor carp hatchery here. New infrastructure after conversion into Central University and kind vision of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, you are able to establish 4 smart classrooms, at least 45 capacity, student capacity each. And this classroom is decorated with the podium, smart podium, connected with phone and everything. We have good library. Earlier, the library was very small, very limited books are available, but now we have developed good library in new buildings, and about 10,000 books are here in this library. We have total 7 laboratory for EV, 3 laboratory for PG, and we are also going to establish 1 referral laboratories for fish disease and diagnosis center as a fish disease diagnosis centers. And recently we have developed a new fish museum in which all the species freshwater and brackish water and marine water are displaying among the new infrastructure. We have this fish feed mill, semi-automatic fish feed mill with a capacity of 100 kg feed per hour. This is our recirculatory aquaculture system recently established in the College of Fisheries and under the intensive fish farming and functioning well. We have also established the cage culture in Oxbow Lake of our university, Hiroli Oxbow Lake, and here we established the a battery of 12 cages, 10 by 10 size, feet size each. And another cage culture we are also going to establish in one of Muzaffarpur districts. So 2 cages we have already purchased and 1 is established and another is in process of establishment. We are also going to establish freshwater prawn hatchery first time in Bihar. And this unit is under construction, and we hope that within 2-3 months this hatchery will come in function, and we are ready to produce the post larvae of the freshwater prawn Micrognodoton virgi within the state. We are also going to establish the bioflak unit, and this bioflak unit is under construction, and I hope that 1 or 2 months it will be ready to use. This is a new initiative in our research activities. First is the breeding protocol of Indian spiny eel, that is Gaicha, Mesters and Melas aculeatus. You have started the breeding program of this spiny eel in our college, and this is the few figures. Second is the breeding protocol of Indian mangood. We have also started the breeding and culture program of the mangood successfully in our lab. This is the breeding protocol of Labiogoniasis. We are also producing the seed of Labiogoniasis in our hatchery. Breeding and rearing of protocol of Puntius goniotus. I think our respected ADG is well aware about this breeding and culture techniques of Puntius goniotus. And this fish enter in culture system first time from our college in Bihar, and then it come into the national level. This is the low-cost pond polyhouse for survival of giant freshwater prawn. These all the planning and design of the projects are prepared on the instruction of Honorable Vice Chancellor in his guidance, in his supervision, and we started the prawn farming in polyhouse during the winter season. This technique maintains the water temperature above 90 degrees centigrade during the winter season, and water temperature of open pond was 10 to 12 degrees centigrade. So we can culture this prawn even in winter season by construction of low cost polyhouse. This is the anti-nutritional low cost feed. You are preparing the feed by mixing the lychee seed peel base, and research is going on for feeding of the fish, and the result is 10% of lychee seed meal and 10% of lychee peel meal may replace 20% of the DORD and made without compromising growth and immunity of the roe of the fish. And this is the Rajendra Matsya Bandhu, prepared and designed in the kind vision and supervision of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and the solar power fish preservation with tricycle for better operation from one place to other place. Refrigerant used in this machine can maintain of storage chamber of his selling card up to minus 26 degrees, 6 degrees centigrade during unloaded condition and minus 50 degrees centigrade during fully loaded condition. About 35 kg fish can be preserved in this card up to 4 to 6 days in consumable level. Target beneficiaries mainly fish vendors and vegetable sellers which are very poor and cannot afford the cost of ice and other things. These are very much beneficial for the fish vendors of the Bihar. The operational cost of the selling 35 kg fish without this card is about 120 per day. Whereas with Rajendra Matsya Bandhu, it will become only Rs 20 per kg. The cost of one unit is about Rs 1 lakh. I am going to share the video of this Rajendra Matsya Bandhu. These are all infrastructure and faculty positions which I have shown. It was developed in the kind instruction of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, and our college is very grateful to our Vice Chancellor for their providing this such type of facility and such type of infrastructure and faculty position in our college. And now the college has come in position of the first in the all fishery colleges of the country. Thank you, sir. Once again, I welcome you.
Thank you so much, Dean sir, for your formal address and nice brief introduction about the college and college activity. Now I would like to invite Dr. P.P. Srivastava sir, Registrar RPCAU Pusa, for his remark. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pravesh. For Chief Patron, Dr. Ashish Srivastava, Vice Chancellor of RPCAU, on his support, we have started such type of training as well as the facility infrastructure, as the deans have already told. Our honorable chief guest, one of the most coveted DDG of fisheries in the country. Our guest of honor, Dr. N. Vijayalakshmi, the Principal Secretary, Department of Animal and Fishery Resources. Dr. S. Rai, the convener and the dean of the all my colleagues, friends who have joined for this such an important topic, because the topic itself explains that the quality seed means disease-free and also less mortality during the transportation or even during the breeding and the post-breeding period. So, sir, just to say in very brief, because we have a running short of time, that in Bihar, sir, in the last 10 years, we have almost doubled the production of fish. Production from 188,000 tons to 680 tons in 2021. Similarly, it is just increased in last 5 years to around 35% production. And if you go for the seed production, I mean the fry, you can see that in last 10 years, it is 6 times which is enhanced the production in Bihar itself. And in last 5 years, 2.5 to 3 times production is more. Still, we are looking that production should increase because still we are buying fishes and the seed from different other states, and that's why it's a need of our develop the fisheries in terms of the production of seed, its quality seed production for the chosen the farmers, and accordingly in the grow out and the development. Rightly, we have got a project in the fishery college, sir, from the NFD to ranching program for on 3 rivers of the district. That is a step ahead for the breeding program. That's why very, very important and need-based training and the discussion, rather, you can say, how to produce a quality. These few words, I again welcome all of you that in their schedule in spite of this session. Again, I will request all of you to join and share the views for the further reaction. That's it. Thank you very much, Pravesh. Thank you very much. Pravesh.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remark and nice explanation about the webinar, that how it's important in the current scenario. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. J.K. Jaina, sir, DDG Fisheries, NCR, New Delhi, for his presidential address. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Esteemed Vice Chancellor of Rajendra Agriculture CAU, Dr. R.C. Srivastavaji, Registrar of the University, Dr. P.P. Srivastavaji, Principal Secretary Fisheries, Government of Bihar, Dr. M. Vijayalakshmiji, Dean of the Fisheries College, Dr. S.C. Raoji, invitees, Dr. Pravesh, faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to be here this morning for sharing my thought. Am I audible properly?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great. I was not sure whether we have participants, only faculty or students or farmers are also there. I'm not sure. You wish me to speak in English, because I find everybody speaks in English. I would be preferring to speak in English, definitely. Friends, all those who are associated with the sector of fisheries and aquaculture, we take pride all the time to be associated with a sector who is not only providing food security, nutritional security, all the time we have been talking, or protein security. But today we are associated with a sector which is contributing a food, a health food. If you look at the 10 superfoods today available globally, fish is considered as one of the superfood. This is acknowledged by several organizations, including food and agricultural organizations. Friends, we have seen the growth of the sector. We say 19-fold increase in just 70 years, unparalleled. You know the figures, I need not mention, from less than maybe 1 million ton. Today we are talking 14.2 million ton. We take the pride also to say we are not only providing fish for the domestic market, but also exporting substantially. Our export has been to the tune of about $7 billion, around 47,000 crores. Again, when we see the target given before us by the government of India, it is envisaged that countries should produce about 22 million ton. That means we need to add another 7 million ton. Again, we need to export. Maybe we need to increase or double our export from $7 billion to $14 billion. People say it is a Herculean task. Yes, it is a difficult task, but not impossible. This growth rate the sector has seen over the years, unparalleled growth rate in last 4 decades, 6 to 7% growth. Probably no other sector can boast to have such high growth rate. If you look at the, again, growth to the GVA, from 14 to 19, 5 years, the growth in to the GVA has been to the order of about 11%. more precisely 10.88%, which is substantial, If in spite of that, in spite of having such growth rate, still we consider that this is a sunrise sector. That means we have few scope ahead to increase our production and productivity. Can I request all others to mute, please? Sound. Can I request all others to mute? There is some disturbance. Okay, doesn't matter. Friends, few days back, on 10th of July, we celebrated the National Fish Farmers Day. All of you know why do we celebrate National Fish Farmers Day. Last 21 years, we have been celebrating our day, this day. We know all those growth whichever has happened over these years. If you try to analyze those, we know that the growth has been mainly because of growth in the aquaculture front, and that too freshwater aquaculture. Country like India, we know that we have been a carp country. Indian major carp, cutler, rohu, mrigal, and so forth. Over the years, we have been trying to diversify, and we have been successful in diversifying also. Maybe 20 years back or 30 years back, we were depending only on the major carps, cutler, rohu, mrigal, few exotic carps like silver carp, grass carp, common carp, and so forth. We tried to diversify. The objective before us were to see that at least 20 to 30 species we bring into our culture system. Today, when you look at the list, you have about the breeding and seed production protocol available for about 70 fish species, 70 fish or saltfish species, of course, cutting across freshwater, brackish-water, and marine. All this has been mainly due to few technologies, which set the rather I would say the foundation of the scientific fish farming. We know the breeding technology of 1957. That is what we have been talking, Dr. Chaudhary, Alikuni, and all in 57. That's how the 10th July we have been celebrating that day. We know the technology of polyculture or composite culture. Over these years, when you look at the list of all the 70 species, people will say, where these fishes are grown? Yes, probably you will not find all those species everywhere. We can, many times we do compare with our neighboring countries. Each of our states are similar size that of some of our neighboring states. So we need not compare. Even a species is adopted by a single state, few districts of a state, that is good enough. For example, some of the states, if you go to the Northeast or West Bengal, you find a handful number of species, at least 20 to 30 species you would find the breeding or breeding is undertaken. Seed is available. Whether you spoke, Dr. Rai, you spoke about gonias, you spoke about gonionatus, magur. This has been, if we look at the seed of these places are available, probably it is necessary that we see that this seed reaches to every place, every nook and corner of the country where you have a demand. Place like Bihar, you have again advantages when you compare with many of the northern states, whether like Uttarakhand or this side, western side, Gujarat or Rajasthan, where fish consuming population are quite low. But when you look at these places like West Bengal, Orissa, Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and all, we are a bit blessed, rather I would say. Probably 80–90% of people are fish eaters. So those are not the problem. Anyway, I am probably going beyond the topic what has been you have said. The strategies for enhancing the quality fish seed from freshwater are the topic of discussion. If you look at the technology 30–40 years back, we know that the total seed was collected from the river. Today, we boast that we are producing somewhere around 52 billion fry. 52 billion fry. That means if we consider on a national basis, survival level is somewhere around 25-30%. That means 200 billion of spawn is produced from about 3,500 hatcheries or so in the country. If you look at the advancement that has happened in the breeding protocol, mainly I will be confining my talk on the freshwater because the topic of discussion is freshwater. We have had several advancements made. We know these species were bred earlier used to breed only during the monsoon season, June, July, August, or so and so forth. Today, we have been able to extend this breeding time quite long. Maybe off-season breeding has been quite successful with photothermal regulations. We have been able to breed some of the species several times in a season, 3 to 4 times, what we call multiple breeding. Riverine collection of seed is almost non-existent that we know. The breeding protocol of 1957 has not with the same breeding protocol we have been trying to adopt today. Even the farmers of the country has been able to breed or refine the protocol to depending on the place, depending on the need. We have not been using the same hormone, pituitary hormone. There are issues, all of you know. Hurdles in collection, the quality issues, all those we know. Well, today we have been talking of synthetic hormone, 2 times injection to 1 time injection. You need not stay whole night or awake whole night for breeding. Anytime you feel as per your convenience, you have been able to breed. But the issues remain. Some of the issues still persist in spite of the fact that we have been able to have breeding protocol of so many species. We have been able to have so much of quantity production. Probably we say we are self-sufficient. All those, but still we have issues in terms of quality. That has been a major concern everywhere. This is not only fisheries sector. Every sector you look at today, that is what we say in the total agriculture sector. If you say we have been able to increase our production, productivity of every crops. I am sure these are some of the discussions must be happening in your university. Dr. Srivastava Sahab may be doing all those. Today, if there is a problem in the country, we say that food is not a problem. It is a problem of plenty. That is what we have been talking. Similarly, in case of fish also. Seed, so much of seed available, but probably the right size of seed is not there. Probably the quality what we wish to have, that quality is not there. We like to have diversified species. You like a place like Bihar, you like to have magur, you like to have probably some of the medium cast, you like to have singi, you like to have so many catfishes, but probably the seed of these species are not there, but maybe seed of other calves are plenty. In spite of the fact that we say breeding of calf is not at all a problem, but still you will find if there is a mixed seed available, Katla, Rohu, Mrigal, you will find 70% Rohu, maybe another 25% Mrigal, Katla may be only 5%. Still there are issues remaining in case of Katla, why and how, all of you know. So we need to be again looking at why such problems. We have been talking of, when we talk of quality, we know the problem of inbreeding. That is what is a major problem whole country. Not that we are not aware what is the reason behind it, but problem is when we talk of a commercial farms, any commercial farm, for example, I am talking about 3,500 hatcheries and all. Probably more than 2/3 or 3/4 of the production is coming from the private sector. So when you look at the brood stock they have, probably many of the hatcheries, you will find that they may not have replaced the brood for last 30 years, 35 years. The same brood stocks are used repeatedly. We have been advocating that at least maybe 20-30% of the stocks you should be replacing every now and then, at least in every 5 years. Probably we have not been able to be successful. A place like Bihar, you have advantage is you have a river, flowing just adjacent to you or within the state. So probably getting a stock is quite easy or compared to many other states. Only it is how do we adopt it? Those are very important aspects. We have been talking of issues of hybrids and back crosses, and this has been more prevalent. What we find in the country when we try to analyze these issues of back crosses or hybrids are more common in places like Bihar, because many time we go for co-breeding. Co-breeding means you at the same time Katla, Rohu, Mrigal, you inject and release to the same tank. And all of you know, sometimes there is a chance that there is a cross fertilization happening. So in the first phase, you know that this may happen the Katla or Rohu hybrids. So you call it Katla Rohu or Rohu Katla. Then next year or next F2 generation or F3 generation, when you take the same hybrid as your broodstock, many times you get a back cross, you do not know who are the parents. So all of us know the quality of the child, or the, I don't say that child quality, but if you see any animal you take or human being, we say, if parents are healthy, children should be healthy. That is why we say that health of parents are also equally important. Probably in terms when we talk of the seed production in case of fish, all those aspects we are not giving that much focus. For example, the just collection of brood. You know, earlier days when we were using the pituitary as a hormone, when you give a pituitary hormone to the broodstock, you selected broodstock, many times maybe 50% of the broodstock does not respond. Even now also you will see 50% of the broodstock do not respond because probably they are not matured enough, not at the stage at which they should breed. But same brood, you give some of the synthetic hormone, you will find the fish, they will release eggs, fertilization will happen, but later on, you will find that there will be mortality in spawn to substantial number. And you will find that some deformities also happens. So it is very important when you are using synthetic hormone, collecting the right kind of broodstock is quite important to see that it is in proper stage when you are trying to inject. Of course, when we are talking of quality seed, we know that we have been able to have some programs like genetic improvement program, like Jayanti Rohu example. For example, I'm giving selective breeding program, which is going on at CIFA Bhubaneswar. We have been able to reach 10th generation because one generation takes about 3 years. So this 10th generation, we have been able to achieve about 13 years. And we have been able to demonstrate that at 10th generation, the growth performance is about more than 50% higher growth at the farmer's field. Even recently, we have been able to take another species, Katla, only we have reached the 2nd generation. And after 2nd generation, we found the growth enhancement is to the order of about 30%. So that shows the potential of the technology. Probably it is necessary that we see this upgradation program, which is undertaken at present, are continued and more species are taken into the fold. Those are some of the areas we have been working, but it is not possible every places we do work on selective breeding because you need so much of resources, manpower, facility, and so forth. But wherever possible, for example, you have already a broodstock built by NFDB or Government of India at Bhubaneswar. We wish that the seed reaches to every nook and corner of the country, so that next 5 years, we should be able to upgrade our stock. That is one area through the genetic improvement program. Second important is as I told, every hatchery should be able to do is replacement of broodstock. Third aspect, which we have been focusing at present, is the using cryo-preserved milk for upgradation of the broodstock. If you have good broodstock somewhere, probably using the cryopreservation in a mass scale brooding program would be possible, if not for the seed production, but raising the broodstock. That is what we have been trying to demonstrate. At least in last 3 years, about 15 hatcheries we have been able to demonstrate last 2 years, but we wish this program will take shape, and probably one institute or two institute cannot be able to do. We wish the association or collaboration of the college or universities in the country like yours, because College of Fisheries Dholi is in a place, rather I would say in a place where you have several advantages. As I told earlier, the getting a stock from the Ganga, or you have the facilities also, so that how do we upgrade our broodstock? Those are important. As I told again, one more important thing probably should be done at immediately is, for example, you have 10 hatcheries, the broodstock, exchange of broodstock between one hatchery to other. If we just exchange the fingerlings between the hatcheries, if you have 10 hatcheries nearby, X hatchery to Y, Y hatchery to Z, Z hatchery to somewhere, that exchange itself will give a wider gene pool. That should be possible immediately. Then we will think how to reduce the inbreeding, how we will reduce other problems that gradually we have to go. Again, as I told, nutrition has been important. We know any brood or any parents or mother needs good nutrition. So probably we don't say that at least 3 to 4 months before breeding, we need to provide good feed to the broodstock. We need not be only selected ones. Of course, some of the feed we have been able to demonstrate, like SIPA brood, which has been commercialized and has been proved to be one of the best feed rather we take for broodstock management, for increasing the quality of the seed. Those are some of the areas we need to look at. Again, one is seed production in the hatchery level for quality. Next important is how you raise the seed in the nursery, which are quite important. For example, we give more focus on getting survival when you do talk of nursery rearing or fingerling production. Probably we do give very little attention on the health of the seed, which we consider equally important. We know the water quality. Every aspect is so important, just water quality for breeding program. We think any place and every places, if you have a good broodstock, you have enough water, you can have a hatchery, you can have a breeding program. Probably it is very important that the college like yours should give a proper advice to the people, prospective entrepreneurs who are going to initiate or start a hatchery, on the water availability, what the quality of water they have. We have seen, for example, the places where they just leave about others. I'm not talking about the polluted water. I'm not talking about the contaminated water. I'm talking just quality in terms of chemical composition. For example, the water content, many places you get the water alkalinity goes about 250 or 300 ppm. So if you use high water alkalinity just for breeding program, you will find total rupture of the fertilized egg. Many times the survival remains very low. So these small aspects are also quite important when you try to give direction or advice to or give prescription to the people who are going to initiate the seed production program. You told about the major calf, medium calf, gonias, and so forth. How do you do that? Do we have the proper protocol available? Or should we have the same protocol as that of Indian major calves? Do you recommend the same density or a different density? Do you advocate the single species farming or multi-species farming in the nursery and fingerling system? In case of fingerling rearing, if at all to 2 species, 3 species or 5 species has to be grown, what should be the ratio we should be having? So all those factors are equally important when you do talk of again nursery rearing. Because it is very much necessary, even though in spite of the fact that we say that we are able to produce about 52 billion of fry, we say that we are self-sufficient as a country as a whole. But when you look at the seed availability of several states are seed deficit country. I'm not sure, I sincerely believe, as you told Dr. Srivastava was working, we have been able to double also the production of in Bihar over the years. I am quite aware about the growth or development happening in the state of Bihar in fish production. There has been several good entrepreneurs coming in. We have been discussing over the years, and our former Honorable Cabinet Minister Sri Giriraj Singh Saab was also keen to see that there is development happening. And the state has a huge potential, as I told, potential in terms of one, you are blessed with the water, you are blessed with soil, you are blessed with, again, the fish consuming population. Everybody like to have fish daily, 2 times daily in the lunch and dinner. And you don't like to have same fish, rohu, katla, mrigal, in the lunch and dinner every time. You like to have fish every time. I do not know Dr. Srivastava eats fish or not, but if he eats fish, he will like to have definitely different fish in different meals. Everybody, each one, for me, I am a fish eater, but I don't like to have same.
खाता हूँ भाई 16 साल उड़ीसा में मछली नहीं खाऊंगा।
तो मुझे पता है कि जो भी मछली खाते हैं सेम मछली खाने के लिए पसंद नहीं करेंगे हर दिन। हमारे घर में कोई गेस्ट आएंगे तो सेम मछली 4 डिशेस नहीं बनाएंगे, 4 मछली चाहिए, 1 मछली नहीं चाहिए, 4 मछली चाहिए। So diversification is so important. We have been talking at this point of time. And one good thing we need to keep in mind, for example, when Government of India has set a target of adding another 7 million ton in next 5 years, that means freshwater aquaculture has to contribute at least 6 million ton. 5 to 6 million ton freshwater aquaculture has to contribute. And carp has to at least 4 to 5 million ton carp has to contribute. If we like the carp will be added another 4 million ton. That means you need the amount of seed quantity has to be quite additional quantity of seed has to be there. I was trying to just calculate to meet the demand of the seed, at least 650 more number of hatchery has to be established throughout the country. If at all this has to be established, where? That is important. We don't want that more hatcheries are established in Assam or West Bengal because those are surplus country. Probably more hatcheries where there is a demand, places like your state also. So it is so important how do you connect them. And very small tips are, if a hatchery there has been a mortality happening, if you are not able to take more than maybe 3 or 4 breeding cycle, what are those problems? At least 10 cycle we should be able to take. And between the cycle, what are the protocol we should be following to keep the hygiene of the hatchery? Are we having a good hygiene environment so that there is no death of or there not fungal contamination? Or the just small tips, the incubation pool, whether your pool is painted with epoxy painting, small tips are quite important. Many times a farmer may not be knowing, we say that water has to be circulated. What is that speed you are talking of? We say this much liter per minute, this much liter per second. It does not make sense. Who will measure this many liter? We publish this, but it is the practical experience by seeing farmers should be able to say that whether the speed is low or high. So it is so important when we do have this skill development program or training program, these small factors aspect, for example, selection of brood, male-female ratio, we used to say 1:2 ratio. It does not, you don't need it. 1:1 ratio is good enough. Or the dose of hormone, whether the same hormone will work for Cutler or Mrigal or even other species. As I told, how do you handle the spawn? How do you handle the brood stock? Everything is so important. So I am sure we should be able to, with our knowledge and wisdom which we have, the knowledge we have at the college, knowledge we have at the institute, knowledge we have with each of our scientists, how do you take this knowledge forward, link the farmers or hatchery owners or seed growers are so important. How do we handhold is important. How do we connect with each other is important. Today, expectations are too large, all of you know. The farmers who come to you physically, probably 20 years back, there were several people who were coming physically to ask you. Now, 90% of them get those information from the online itself, on the public domain information they are able to get. Whoever comes to you, they know, you should know that they know 90%, another 10% that we should be able to add. That is what is important. One thing is also the people get confused when they see public domain. When they just Google something, they get so much of information which are contradictory. So farmers and entrepreneurs get confused also. Which one is good, which one is bad, which one has to be adopted, which one has to be beneficial. So it is necessary that we are also, we say that we are the person, we are the people, we are the organization who are for you. At any time you can step in, anytime you can call, that is what is necessary. And you know the government of India's expectations are too large. I'm sure VC Saab may be speaking every now and then to you about this. It is very difficult to meet the expectations of everyone from the highest level, from PMO to the farmers at the ground level. Nobody has time and patience. Nobody can wait till tomorrow. If somebody want call you, then need immediate information. We should be able to provide immediate correct information or valid information which are so relevant. But I am an optimist. We should be able to satisfy the need of the people. We should be able to satisfy the need of the government, expectation of the government, expectation of the highest level, expectations of the VC Saab also. That is what we know. I wish, Dr. Rai Saab, that we are with you. Anytime you wish to connect us, wish to have a collaboration, cooperation, convergence, we are ready all the time for the sectoral growth. I wish I have taken a little more time than probably you wanted. Thank you very much. We'll be there all the time. Thank you very much, Dr. Srivastava Saab, for inviting me and for the opportunity you have given and share my thoughts. I will be available for any cause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you from my side also. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful talk. Sir, you explained from apart from the brood stock management to till the hatchery and the speeds in the incubation pool to the broader aspect. Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice talk. Now I would like to invite Dr. R.C. Srivastava, Honorable Vice Chancellor or RPCAU, sir. Please, sir, for your remarks.
Thank you, dear Dr. J.K. Janaji, DDG Fisheries, Dean Dr. S. Rai, Registrar Dr. P.P. Srivastava, and all the other friends who have joined this webinar. Today we are talking mainly on how to get better quality of the fish styling fish seed, you can say. We have got a very good, I have been discussing this from the last 3-4 years in different forums. We have got a very good mechanism of the seed quality control, seed management as far as the crops are concerned. But somehow we have missed it in the case of the fishery. We have got a number of hatcheries all along the country, but there is no mechanism by which we can control the quality of seed. Because when the farmer is purchasing, when a fish farmer is purchasing a seed, he should have that faith that no, whatever he is purchasing, it is of good quality. And while there is more complications, while in the crop he can see in the field straightway क्या हो रहा है, कैसी crop आई. We have seen the damages that someone has been told कि नहीं ये cauliflower है, बाद में पता चला वो cabbage निकल गया. That has happened. But what's happening in the fish, because it is inside the water, we don't know what is there, what has happened, what you are harvesting at the end. You may well, someone will say that they have died, so you are getting less seed. And what I have been told by my colleagues, that seed quality itself can improve the yield by 25 to 30%. That's a big money, big thing for any farmer. So I was discussing with my colleagues what mechanism can be. So one of the criteria that we can have, like in NSC, they have got the seed certification agency at the state level. We can have some state certification agency, but my fear is we may add up another bureaucratic layer, another way of farm grading, and probably may not get what we are thinking of getting a better quality seed. So what I will suggest to Dr. Jena, sitting there, you have got an opportunity to get some mechanism. I was discussing, can we control, you talked about the brood replacement, brood nutrition. Can we have some mechanism by which we can ensure that the broods are replaced regularly? They get the proper nutrition, they are fed properly, and whatever the seed is coming out of the hatchery, that belongs to that. There is no mixture. What he's getting the fry, he gets that he survival rate is better, the health is better. That has to be ensured. And what I was thinking that this, I think the fisheries experts are the best person to think about it, how we can have a certification agency that these are the hatcheries which are certified without involving that bureaucracy again. Another thing that when they are producing the quality feed, now this year onward, we are going to start one certificate course, 1 year certificate course of the fish hatchery, fish seed production. For information of Dr. Jena, I will like to inform him that this year we have started 5 certificate courses, 1 year certificate courses on farm mechanization, senior citizen assistant, nursery management, tissue culture, and artificial insemination. From the next semester onward, if things go all right, what we have planned, we will start on the this fish breeding. I think that was the title which my colleague was telling. A few on this fish management also. So if we make it at least necessary that if someone has got a fish hatchery of size bigger than this, you should have at least one technical person. This will provide both things. We will have employment of, like they have done in the pharmacy, that no, if someone is not a pharmacy trained pharmacy person, he cannot open a medical shop. Similarly, for the pesticide also, that if he has not done a certificate course, he cannot be allowed to operate a pesticide shop or fertilizer shop. So similar, we can come up with a regulation that no, if someone has got a big hatchery, he has to do this. So I will suggest that I will request Dr. Jena Saab to form a expert group, form a working group to frame these guidelines so that we can have this. As far as the college is concerned, activities of college, you must have seen the slide presentation by Dean. I have tried my best to bring up this college to a level Now, there's my colleagues say that this is one of the best fishery college of the country. I will invite Dr. Janat once this COVID problem a bit subside. Please come. I will request you to prevail upon the minister, new minister, to bring him and this inaugurate this plan hatchery. I shall also like to inform you that we have come up with a very good publication on the genetic resources of genetic resources of the North Bihar. That book is very good. We will be also like to get it released by the Honorable Minister and yourself and the DG so that that will be very good compilation for the all the genetic resources of fish. You were talking about the diversity of the fish. Again, there I have requested to had requested my colleagues that why we should be only focusing on this rohum, regal, katla. Let us shift to high cost, low volume fish also like gachi and this your magur and the singi. And I'm happy to inform you that they have been successful in for the captive breeding of the gachi, and hope that in a year or two they will be able to standardize the protocol. And once we are able to do that, will be very much able to diversify our fish production. Similarly, for the prawn, freshwater prawn also, then because in that way, this chor, mun, whatever they are, we can go from the capture fisheries to the culture fisheries in the summer. So these are the things I will request the Honorable DDG to look into this, that how we can ensure quality fish, because especially for the Bihar, it has got a very good takeoff stage. The fishery sector now it has covered almost its requirement. No more importing from the Andhra and the Odisha. So this is they have taken off, and now we need to sustain this with the proper supply of the inputs. I'm very thankful to Dr. Jena for joining us on this and helping us. I seek your help in developing this college much more, and it's a very good future for this. We have a very good team, and over and above, I have got a good fishery expert in form of my registrar, who, besides doing the duties of the registrar, also helps in running this college. So I'm very happy. And again, my invitation is extended to you, Dr. Jana, to please, whenever you feel comfortable with this COVID, please do join us. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you all, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful talk. Sir, for your kind information, sir, we at College of Fisheries already submitted a project on seed quality testing laboratory to the PMMSBI through the State Department, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, moving to the technical session, I would take this opportunity to vote of thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitary, distinguished guests, respected Vice Chancellor, sir, all the speakers of today's webinar, and dear participants, I, Dr. Pravesh Kumar, on behalf of the Department of Aquaculture, College of Fisheries Dholi, and organizing team, feels immense pleasure to take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, sir, Dr. Joy Krishna Jaina, sir, to take out time from his busy schedule and to grace the event. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this event. A special thanks to the Dr. N. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, honorable guest of honor of today's program. And I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. R.C. Srivastava, for his unflattering supports and confidence in us. I extend my gratitude to Dr. P.P. Srivastava, sir, Registrar, RPCAU Pusa, for spending time and giving us a brief introduction about the current seed status. I also thank to our Dean, Dr. S.C. Rai, sir, for motivating us and even guide us to recognize for such a webinar. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. Now we will move to the technical session. And moving forward, I would like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Tuntun Singh, sir, former DFO at Muzaffarpur districts and currently serving as the lecturer Fishery Training and Extension Center, Mithapur, Patna. Sir has a vast experience of the field experience, and sir is work in the hatcheries and the culture development in the Bihar. Sir, please, sir, you start your presentation.
Thank
sir.
you. Good morning to all of you. Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, RPCAU, Dr. R.C. Srivastava, sir. Respected Registrar, our Guru, Dr. P.P. Srivastava, sir. Respected Dean, Dr. Sirai, sir. Distinguished panelists, Dr. Reddy, sir. Dr. Dina, sir. Dr. Zagidar, sir. Dr. Sahu, sir. Dr. Sivendra, Dr. Parvez, all faculty members.
सर आवाज नहीं आ रही सर।
सर टुनटुन सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है सर।
आवाज आ रही है अब?
हाँ
अभी
भाई
आया सर।
आवाज आ रही है? हेलो हेलो
सर शायद आपका कनेक्शन सर स्लो है सर।
हेलो
यस सर
हेलो
बोलिए सर।
आवाज आ रही है?
यस सर आवाज आ रही है सर। यस सर।
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be part of this webinar to present and share some idea
सर
regarding
सर टुनटुन सर प्लीज सर जो
Yes,
आपका
sir.
ईयरफोन का माइक है उसको थोड़ा पास में लाइए सर, आवाज बहुत स्लो है। ईयरफोन का जो माइक है उसको सिर्फ थोड़ा पास में ला सकते हैं।
Hello
यस सर।
hello hello
यस सर प्लीज सर।
now
इट्स ओके सर,
you-
इट्स ओके सर।
okay, the topic of the presentation is the present status of thin fish hatchery in Bihar. As you know, Bihar is having immense potentiality of fish production and fish seed production. Because Bihar is a bountiful natural resources in the forms of pond tank, reservoir, floodplain wetlands, oxbow lakes, and river. If you look into the data of the pond and tank, we have 93,000 hectare of pond and tank, and in number of more than 30,000. The floodplain lake is 9.40 lakhs hectare. The oxbow lake is more than 9,000 hectare, and the reservoir is 2,700 hectare, and the total river stretches is 3,200 kilometers. What we have, but unfortunately, we are not utilizing whatever the available immense resources in a scientific way. So it is a need of our to utilize these resources in a scientific way to augment the production of fish and productivity per unit area. The vision of our department is to become this state fish and fish seed surplus state, and to ensure fish for all, and to establish a malnutrition free equitable society, because all of we know the fish is a richest source of protein. So in this way, the mission of our department is to increase the production of fish at least threefold in next 5 years, and to generate additional gainful employment as well as additional livelihood opportunity. So looking to data of the production of the fish and fish seed in 2020-21, the total fish production of this state is 6.83 lakh metric ton, and our requirement is 7.33 lakh metric ton. So slightly gap is there, 0.5 lakh metric ton gap is there in between the demand and production. If the continuous effort is going on, we will definitely achieve it within a couple of years. So far the fish seed production is concerned, this year in 2020-21, the total seed production of the state is 17,009.43 lakhs fry. But the requirement is only 16,950 lakhs fry. This year, the surplus seed in this state, the total hatchery of this state is 195. There is no need of more hatchery now. The only thing is that we required is some area of the rearing, fingerling and yearling rearing area. That 90% hatchery owner is lacking behind it. So far, challenges is concerned. The main challenges of the fish seed production is flood and drought, because all of we know that the peak breeding season is June, July, and August, and entire North Bihar is affected through floods. So they suffered a lot in flood situations. So there should have to have a clear-cut policy for flood control, particularly for North Bihar. And next one is recurring appearance of the disease outbreak, particularly in argolosis. Couple of weeks before, I visited and had an interaction with one of the entrepreneur, Kailash Mata Hatchery in Darbhanga, and he told this year we had a 5 lakh loss due to argolosis. Argolosis is a major problem in North Bihar, particularly in brood bank. And if brood is manifested with argolosis, their hatchability, fecundity is definitely poor. And no one medicine in market is there to permanent cure of argolosis. So there is a need for R&D to work in argolosis control also. Farmers using 10% sapermethylene based medicine like cleaner, Tenax, Butox, etc. But after the use of 3 or 4 days, they become resistant. The cleaner is not at all effective after 4 and 5 months. Again, they change Butox or ticks and tick out. Again, 5 or 6 months, resistivity is developed. So there is a need to develop one medicine in R&D, ideal herbal or allopathic medicine to clearly control the argolosis problem. This is the major problem in North Bihar. So far, hatchery owner gave the feedback. Now, next challenge is a shortage rearing area of fingerling and yearling. We are producing enough amount of fish pond, dhani, but we are not producing enough amount of fingerling and yearling. That is the major stocking stage of seeds for the grower in grower ponds. So there is a need to have at least 10 to 20 acre area of each hatchery owner, and such type of arrangement is provided to private order through the government ponds. And if such type of arrangement is there, we can definitely overcome the yearling and fingerling requirements also. The next is poor road connectivity. Road connectivity is also very poor in hatchery site. Lack of electricity connectivity is also one of the challenges. If you look into the total operational cost of the hatchery, farmer gave the feedback 10% of their operational cost expended on energy. Every hatchery owner expended 2.5 to 3 lakhs fuel in hatchery operation during the hatchery season. If the connectivity of electricity is ensured, and state government already announced fisheries as a allied activities of the agriculture, and the connectivity must be on agriculture tariff is there, that is 0.76 paise per unit instead of 6 rupees per unit in domestic consumption. So if the connectivity is ensured, their recurring cost is declined at least 5 to 10%, whatever their now expenses on fuel. And the water hardness and iron issue is also a major issue in Kosi division. So this is also need to have workout in R&D how to ameliorate such problem. And 90% the hatchery of the Kosi region is failure only because of due to high hardness and high hardness and iron content. And next one is unavailability of the quality brood. 90% grower can't wait to grow their fish up to 2 years because the maturity side of brooder is 2+ year and 2 kg plus. So no one farmer is going to wait to attend their fish weight up to 2 years because over the period of the age, the FCR is also decreases and their economic activities, economic appraisal is also affected, and uneconomic activities, it is their uneconomic activity. So there should have a proper plan of the state government, and the state government is also thinking into that and going to establish a brood bank in Bakri hatchery. There is a 2 hatchery in government sector, state government sector. One is Bakri hatchery in Sitamarhi, and one is Rampatti hatchery in Madhubani. In addition to that, 155 hatchery is operating in Bihar. So government is planning to have a brood stock to provide brooder to the entire hatchery owner of this state. Now, next one and most important issue and challenges is poor quality of the seed and mixed breeding or inbreeding, because almost all hatchery owners are doing mixed breeding. All hatcheries are not changing their broods 5 years. But in order to maintain the pedigree and genetic purity, one should must be extend their brooder at least 30% every year or 100% by the 3rd year of their issue. So such type of practices is not going on, and it is a major issue. So in order to overcome this, food banking is very necessary. Now I would like to request, I would like to give some inputs, suggestive measures based on the my survey, different hatchery owner. Of the hatchery owner demand facility of the electricity connectivity, subsidized boring and pump set that is already implemented through different type of ongoing scheme through the state government, brooder availability in locally level. Right now, the state government is planning to, as a centralized level in Sitamarhi, farmers demanded there is a need to establish the brood bank as a Chauradano, as a Chauradano Motihari, as a Baheri Darbhanga, or as a Khanaur Madhubani, because 3 pockets are the fish seed hub of the Bihar. More than 40 crore business of the fish seed is going on in Chauradano Motihari, in Lucknow, Madhubani, and in Baheri Darbhanga area. Out of the total hatchery, 40% hatchery are located and situated in these 3 districts. So these 3 districts hatchery operator want to have a brood bank in any of the government nursery in their district only. And as you know, the state government has 121 nursery to whom they, if they wish some of the nursery, they definitely give to brooder development, and rest of the hatchery to the yearling and fingerling development. And government is also thinking about that. Now the next one is brooder ponds and hatchery insurance facility. This year government should have a positive dialogue with Oriental Insurance Company, and probably the program must be launched from 2021-22 to have a insurance scheme of the grow out pond, nursery pond, and hatchery pond also. So positive initiation is also there. Now the next one is there is a need to establish the yearling bank in order to ensure the availability of the yearling year round. To stock the yearling in order to get the true crop in a year, because yearling grams, you can get 5-month culture period, you can get the harvestable size 7.50 to 1 kg. But 90% not get the yearling because 90% the hatchery don't have. So government there should have a state government to make a all 121 nursery as a yearling bank of the concerned district and provide the yearling to concerned fish farmer or yearly so that they can get 2 crops in a year. So this is the capacity building is another issue. 90% of the hatchery owner is dependent on the Calcutta expert. They coming in seasonally for 6 months, taking 2 lakh, 2.5 lakh rupees from the hatchery owner only for injection. If provide him the skill building on hatchery operational and management, like from injection to operational management, nursery management, yearling management, they can do all those activities itself. So there is a need to have a 1-month capsule course, a skill development training, particularly for hatchery owner. And a state government fisheries training and extension center also going to develop syllabus and formulate such type of comprehensive training program also this year. And College of Fisheries, Dholi is also planning to do that also. So with this few recommendations and input, I would like to say this is a very important seminar for interaction of such a high need-based and timely, because it is a breeding season of the at least, but not last. I would like to say whatever the technical knowledge gained through my study in College of RPCAU and CIFE Mumbai, I will try to deliver, percolate, and implement to the best of my knowledge and extent for the augmentation of the fish and productivity of the fish per area, generation of the additional employment opportunity and livelihood generation, and finally socio-economic upliftment of the fisher folk and products. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to interact with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a nice detailed presentation. Sir, well rightly said, apart from the hatcheries, infrastructure problems to the problems in the brooders, brood bank requirements, or the major hurdles which are facing the farmers here or the hatchery managers. So thank you very much, sir. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. S. Jahagidar, sir, Principal Scientist, ICAR-CIFE Mumbai. Sir has a vast experience in the field of fish genetics and breeding and breeding model development. Sir is affiliated or associated with the several breeding programs and the selective breeding program of different fin fishes and shellfishes. Sir, please, sir, start your presentation. And participant, you can ask the questions in the chat box. Jagidar, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Srivastava.
Good, sir.
Yep. Nice to see you. So thank you very much for inviting me, all dignitaries present there, and Tuntun Singh Ji and other my fellow panelists. Can I share my file? Is it possible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can share. There is option below. Share option, sir.
I'm not able to share, Dr. Pravesh.
Just a minute, sir. I will try.
1 minute. I think just see whether it is visible.
Did you get the option, sir?
Actually, I tried to open that one. I'm not sure.
Just a second, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Now you are presenter, sir. You can share, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Now it's coming.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Pravesh, for giving me an opportunity, and all the organizers, the Dean of your Fisheries College, and the other dignitaries. So I have been given a chapter topic on the broodstock management in finfish hatcheries, and I think I have got around 20 minutes. That's what the organizers have told me. I will try to restrict myself. Let us start with straight away what is the broodstock? The broodstock or the broodfish are the group of mature individuals used in the aquaculture for breeding purposes. They can be a population of animals maintained in the capture sources or of replacement for or enhancement of the seed and the prey. Okay, so broodstock can actually, they can be collected from the ongoing breeding program in the hatcheries. They can come as a replacement, or they can be sourced from the wild populations also. Why these are important is from the source where they are coming. They actually determine the future performance of these animals and also the management aspect. So if we see the one important term we need to know, which is actually always we talk in the aquaculture, that is what is called as the domestication. Whether the individuals or the fish that we are using, including the IMCs that what we are having, whether they are really domesticated, because the domestication definition is really very flexible, and then the people talk about it differently. These are actually important from the point of designing the management practices. So therefore, a domestication of organism is that which has been trained to live with human beings and for the service. But for the aquaculture, practically we can take it as where the life cycle has been closed in artificial environment. So that's what we can think of as a domesticated species. And if we know what is the broodstock management, the broodstock management is to help improve the seed quality and the number of enhanced or the gonadal development and the fecundity. So broodstock management involves manipulating the environmental factors surrounding the broodstock to ensure maximum survival, enhance the gonadal development, and increase the fecundity. One consequence of actually keeping the animals in the confinement is they exhibit some degree of the reproductive dysfunction. So that is the one consequence where actually as a hatchery managers, we need to really look into. So what actually causes these dysfunction and how to reduce that impact. And the broodstock management can also be defined as it is the ability to control the sexual maturation and the spawning and produce the high quality. That's what is important. It is the high quality seed that is primary requirement in the successful aquaculture production. So the control of the broodstock reproduction is essential mainly for the sustainable commercial aquaculture production, and we need to pay the attention for that. So once the protocols are developed for actually to achieve the adequate spawning, then the reproduction and the genetic traits of the broodstock or population need to be managed. Because unless we have a full control over the reproduction, unless our animals, they mature in the spawn conditions and we have got the control over the breeding, we cannot implement any of the genetic selection program. So therefore, it is important to have the spawning or the reproductive controls for implementing the genetic selection programs, or for that matter of fact, for get the quality broodstock. Now, if we come actually look at the broodstock management, there are actually three particular aspects in this one. The first one is to the selection of the fish with the desirable hereditary qualities. This is where actually I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes of you, because the beginning, any of the animal's performance or the animal's this one, it starts even before the animal is born. That means when the eggs and the sperms are there, they should have the proper genetic potential, because then only the offspring will be having the desired genotype, because the genes come from the parents. So therefore, the hereditary characters or the qualities are most important to look for what is actually these species are meant for. Say, for example, it is the rapid growth potential. They should have higher resistance to the oxygen deficiency or the disease conditions. Then they should be in a condition to pull along. There should not be any cannibalism. All these qualities they come from the hereditary aspect. So the animals we select, they should have these qualities. Then the second one is actually the selection of the fish with well-developed sexual organs, the rearing of the selected fish to produce healthy potential spawners, which are actually the important aspects in the broodstock management. And also actually apart from the genetics aspect, we need to have the brooders for selection. When we are looking at the selected fish should be in a good health. At present, there are no designated or actually defined the disease conditions for the fin fishes, at least in our country. So therefore, we need not have to worry much about, but only thing is make sure that the fishes are having the good health when they are selected. There should not be any body wounds or any deformities in them. They should be free from the parasites. They should have a typical scale distribution. All these things, we know that one. But unfortunately, what has happened is from the government side or from any hatcheries, there are no minimum standards that have been set to select as the broodfish, especially for our IMCs and the common carp, which we are commonly using. So what should be the minimum weight or minimum length when they are selected as the broodstock, that is missing, and also the age determination itself is not available. So they all pose the problem. I hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the next one is the broodstock development is actually, it is a core requirement for the production to run, and we should not rely on the wild source juveniles. So to the great extent, especially in the IMCs, we have achieved that one, but we are still to achieve in many species, where actually for the many species still will depend either on the wild source seed or the broodstock. Even for some extent, some of the hatcheries, they do depend upon the wild brooders for the IMCs also, but that should not be the case actually to be in a good condition, or the aquaculture to be going to as the industry. Then the most important thing is in the broodstock management is how actually we develop or we acquire the broodstock. That is actually one of the major goal in the broodstock management, how to get that one. So proper management of the population, whatever the goal may be, begins with the acquisition of the broodstock. So acquisition of a hatchery population is the most difficult part, and it is also expensive, and it may be genetic problems actually where they start occurring, because we'll not be having many of the information with us. So the acquired determines the population genetic potential. What is acquired, if you are having the good genetic potential by luck, then they will be good, or else they will pose a big problem. So the most important case, the broodstock management after the population is acquired, is to go for actually minimizing the inbreeding and genetic drift. That's what actually we make. And at present in India, we are all mostly worried about, from the genetic points, is how to minimize the inbreeding and genetic drift. So please note that when the mistakes that are made during the acquisition, they can create the permanent genetic damage, which can render the meaningless the efforts to preserve the genetic quality of the population. So therefore, foundation population is very, very important. So we cannot manage and conserve what we do not have. Therefore, the acquisition of the broodstock is very, very important. So if you are actually acquiring the population, then try to just ask the two questions. What purpose this fish actually we are acquiring? What is the goal? Of course, in the majority of the IMC hatcheries, they actually sell the seed, and the only thing for them is to have the good number of the spawns. But from the farmer's point, it should be actually to have a faster growth rate and the survival. So therefore, we need to ask those questions and then start with that. So when we are acquiring, actually what happens is, since the fish are having the very high fecundity, we usually try to get a very small population size of the form small brooders for our hatchery, and we want to start. And this is what actually our research shows that one from the different hatcheries, what we have collected the data, their foundation stock is very small. And this stock actually, which contribute the population or the offsprings to form the next generation, that's what actually we call it as the effective population size. And that is what is known as the NE. And this NE is very important. And this NE actually, if it is a small, then it will cause what is known as the bottleneck, and it creates the founder effect. And these founder effects are actually having a long impact on the performance of the animals. And majority of the farmers, which they blame actually for the poor performance of the hatchery population of the hatchery seed, is mainly because these seeds are coming from a very small number of the individuals or the brooders, and that's where actually the problem comes in. And this the effect of NE is actually dramatic on the inbreeding, and they are inversely related. So if the NE is small, then inbreeding is high. So if you want to then have the inbreeding in the check, we need to have the higher NE. So just to give example, sometimes we do bring in the spawns or the fingerlings from different hatcheries. So we may bring them from up to 2,000 fingerlings. But if they are coming from a single family, then that will create a big problem. So therefore, this is an example actually where we have seen that hatchery manager is bringing the 2,000 offspring or the fingerlings for developing his brood stock, but they have come from only single family. So therefore, it is of no use. So this is what actually we need to look into when we are acquiring the stock for the developing the brooders. So if we can just look into other aspect also, the most important thing is the good stock should not be discarded from the this one, because many times what happens is when farmers start complaining that the performance is poor, usually it is a practice in the aquaculture that we blame it on inbreeding without knowing what is actually the inbreeding. So if some stocks actually, if you have got a you started with very small brooders, but if your stocks are performing good, then you should not discard them, or you should not bring in the wild stock and then destroy the existing genetic pool. Therefore, the care should be taken there to look at what should be the policy for actually replenishing the brooders in a hatchery. Okay, so coming to the applications of genetics in the broodstock management, the genetic management and genetic mismanagement tends to occur at around the time of spawning. If you look at the there is someone to say something? Hello?
Yes, sir.
I got some chat message.
Just a second, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, you finish your presentation, then we will ask, sir.
Okay. Yep. So I was talking about the mismanagement. If you look at our hatchery practice, what is happening is especially in the government hatcheries, it is the meeting the target set, that one. So therefore, the most important thing there it is to meet the quantity rather than the quality. So therefore, whatever the brooders they are available, without looking at their genetic potential, they are just simply mixed up and then they are bred. And even sometimes, say for example, when they are breeding the rohu, and if they won't get the sufficient number of the brood stock or the brooders, then they simply put the other species like the katla or usually the mrigal, and then there is what is called as the introgression they occur. So therefore, these are the some important aspects which you really need to look into the broodstock management when we are coming. One important aspect of the genetic, this one is, in our case, is looking at the quality seed circle. Look at that, the first one, the vicious circle of poor quality seed. So if you start with the poor quality seed, then actually the farmers usually go for the lower price of the seed in the market. So low price fish seed means they are of the poor quality. If they are poor quality, then there will be low investment. They have the poor yield, then the low production. So this is actually what is the vicious cycle. If you look at the second cycle, second circle, that is the virtues of the circle of the quality seed. If you have got the better quality seed, then you need to pay for a little more, but there are more profits for the hatcheries. They are the higher profit for the farmer, then higher investment seed production. So therefore, it is a better one. So even if we have a little more investment in the beginning, but that is worth actually because we know the quality of the seed. So let us go for the next aspect, that is the control of the reproduction. There are two control of the 2 points that are being looked into. One is the critical point and another one is the management point. Critical points are from the genetic side, where they are actually, we need to look into the what are the adequate egg qualities, the quantities they are coming, what is their genetic potential, whereas the management points are actually how the survivability and the development of the juveniles that actually come into. So that are the most important aspect for us. Then actually once we go into the genetics aspect, so the hatchery fish may have, actually usually they have the reduced genetic variability, and this is mainly because the small founder population, or then what is actually the inbreeding sets in because of the small effective population size. Then actually if we compare that one with the genetic viabilities with the wild population, if we release them, then they will be of no use because they will not be having the capacity to withstand the ever-changing environmental factor because of their low genetic variability. Okay. Also, the genetic factors, they determine the fitness and the adaptability of the organisms. So preservation of the genetic capital of broodstock is important if we want to have the high quality seed in aquaculture. And let's skip these things. I will straight away go to the inbreeding. One important aspect in broodstock management is actually the managing the inbreeding. Whether we like it or not, the inbreeding will be there in a confined population or in a small population. Therefore, we cannot avoid the inbreeding, but we can manage the inbreeding. So the managing the inbreeding is important. So inbreeding is the mating of relatives or the mating of the fish closely related than the population average. And this is what actually we call the definition. And it is the, for inbreeding for all practical purposes, it is the opposite of the crossbreeding. And we need to know about that. Why we are worried about the inbreeding is an unplanned or uncontrolled inbreeding is actually, it can ruin a population. And what we call it as a consequence of the inbreeding is the inbreeding depression, where actually the performance of the inbred animals will go down, usually, not always, but usually. There will be, they are less, this one, they are actually, their growth rate is very slow. They have more, they require more feed to get the same weight with us compared to others. They have got actually less resistance power to the diseases or any environmental impacts, and they are prone for the abnormalities. So therefore, these are the some inbreeding depression or the inbreeding consequences. And this is the one reason why actually we need to worry about the inbreeding. And one important aspect in managing the inbreeding is to have more number of the broodstock for replenishing the existing stock. We'll skip those, some of these things, because these are all we can go if when we are detailed. But what is the reason for the inbreeding in our aquaculture is, one is the animals they are highly fecund compared to the traditional or the livestock animals. And at some places it is actually a boon, but if it is not managed properly, then it becomes a bane. And that's what actually is happening in our hatcheries, especially the government hatcheries, where actually the inbreeding is taking place because of very less number of the brooders are used to produce the large number of the seed. Okay, so if unwanted inbreeding occurs, then it can reach levels that cause growth rate or other production phenotypes to decrease. And this is what actually I told you people, that this is the inbreeding depression. So the loss of genetic variation due to the inbreeding can make future selective breeding programs ineffective, and we will lose the rare alleles, which may be of some importance. They may be having some potential. So therefore, we need to manage the inbreeding. And the inbreeding depression, as I told you, that it is the opposite of the genetic variation maintaining or the heterosis effect. It is manifested in general loss of fitness, lower growth rates, poor survival, increased incidence of deformities or loss of fecundity. So they are all the consequence of the inbreeding. Then if you are looking at the managing the genetic variation in the hatchery population, there are 4 aspects. I will not talk about this one, but one unintentional selection, which actually is also a cause of worry in case of the hatchery population. So for example, what happens is our breeding season usually coincides with the monsoon, whereas the farmers' demand for the seed starts when the monsoon is about to end. That means usually the animals which are bred or which we breed them in the early monsoon, they are actually grown up faster, and then or they will be having the higher size or the better size that time. So all the better size animals are usually sold out. That means even if we are having the 7-8 cycles within a breeding season, but the first half of the cycles animals or the fish are usually sold out, and only the small population will be left the later part which we have bred. So therefore that becomes an unintentional selection, and also the smaller fish, they remain in the hatchery. So that is the one thing. Then another important thing which we need to look is hybrid introgression. That means when we are breeding actually the IMCs together, the Katla, Rohu and Mrigal, they do actually breed among themselves, and the hybrids are there. Unfortunately, these hybrids are also to some extent are actually reproductively active, and these hybrids performance is not necessarily always in a better way. So therefore they cause a lot of problem, or what is we call it as a hybrid introgression. So this is also need to be controlled in the hatchery or in the breeding population. I will take just another 5 minutes, Pravesh. I will finish it off. Okay. So this is what is intentional selection. I will not go into all those details. The genetic drift is another one consequence of a small population, because when we are having the small populations, say for example, a hatchery may be having the 500 brood stock, but what actually happens is it can meet its requirement by breeding just simply about 100 brooders. Then actually the genes that are present in other 400 fishes, we don't know, they may be having the good genes, but these genes are lost. That's what actually we call it as a sampling, because we take only the small population to breed, and then we lose the better quality genes. So therefore, that's what actually we call it as in the genetic terms as the genetic drift, where actually there is a potential that we may lose very important the genes. So the care should be taken to retain all the possible gene pool that is available in the hatchery for production of the future generation. Okay, so now coming to the good practice in the broodstock management. One is the most important, which the hatchery managers can do, or as a, if there are some consultants here who can suggest them, is avoid the using of the hybrid fish as a broodstock, unless this is a planned part, or also avoid actually the breeding the different species together, especially in the Chinese hatcheries, where the species are actually compatible and there is the interspecies hybridization is possible. That should be avoided. Then spawn the fish over the entire breeding season, and then from all the cycles retain the species or the seed for producing the next generation. So that should be the case. Don't select the fishes, spawn fish of all size where possible, using the broodstock of the known age classes. This is another one important thing which the hatcheries can do, is they can maintain the stock in year class or the age class. If the hatchery size is very small, if the ponds are not available, one best way is you can actually have a negotiation with the farmers, give them some free seed so that you can enter it an understanding with them, and then when they are actually harvesting, bring some fishes from them. So you will be having the sufficient the number of all the year class with you at a very less investment. So that can be one thing which all the hatcheries can really practice. Then spawn as many fishes as practically feasible. Don't restrict. Don't breed them by the weight, but breed them by the number. Have the sufficient numbers, have more numbers, and then go for that. A number that can be determined actually how to, if we want to really minimize the inbreeding, we can actually set how many number of the fish has to be bred and the seed has to be retained from them. It can be very easily done. Then actually maintain the even family size up to the production of the next generation. So that is the another one. The most important thing is, if possible, but where the hatchery people or the policy makers has to influence this one, tag the broodstock and keep the full records on the broodstock replacement practices. So these are the things. If we want to monitor the quality control in the hatchery management, then we really need to suggest them the record keeping. Actually, unfortunately, the hatchery people or what the records they are kept is usually some of the records that are related to the reproduction, only how many fishes were injected, how many were bred, and how much seed was actually this one sold. Only that type of record is maintained, but we really need to develop a proper format for the record keeping and then give it to the hatchery people and make them actually to maintain these records. So these are some quality control we can maintain. As I told, one best thing is to tag the animals. We should have those things and avoid the monitoring or avoid the hybridization which are there. Now, just to take some points, how the inbreeding occurs or what the fish breeding the manager has to know is, inbreeding results from the mating of the closely related individuals. The rate of inbreeding is cumulative and it keeps on adding for every generation. So you should actually know the directional inbreeding plays an important role in development of the specialized strains, but unintentional is not good. So the other thing is, inbreeding is expensive. That means it creates the problem, because if you supply an substandard seed to the farmer, it actually not only affects the farmer, it also affects the natural productivity as well as the retention of the hatchery. So the inbreeding needs to be managed and we need to really know how to control that one. So we cannot actually have the blanket recommendation for the stock exchange, for that is the one which is very commonly given and usually practiced also. But please, for the God's sake, without verifying the performance of the stock you are bringing in or replacing your existing stock, don't mix them up. So therefore, we cannot go for the blanket recommendation, and we really need to keep the accurate breeding data and to manage the things. So ball is in our court. Understand how actually choose between what is the genetically desirable as opposed to accepting the logistical constraints regarding the broodstock availability and ease of operation. So that's where actually we need to look. So finally, the clear sustainable genetic management plan should be there for each hatcheries according to their overall objectives, and the improvement in the record keeping is necessary if we have to really manage the broodstock in the hatchery. So I think with that I am completing. So if you have got any questions, I can take them. Before that, I would like to thank the organizers and especially Dr. Pravesh. I cannot, he contacted me. I cannot say no to him. So thank you very much, Pravesh, for giving me an opportunity. I hope I have met your requirement.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for a nice and detailed presentation. And apart from the hatchery, broodstock, and other recommendation which we are following, and you said that all recommendation we don't need to follow blindly. Thank you, sir. There is a one question, sir, if you can address. One of our participants, Hima Sagar, want to know how to check the quality of the seed if as a farmers I go to hatchery to purchase the seed. What are the criteria, sir?
The quality usually what is now referred is mainly related to the disease. So we are not having any quality check for the genetic aspect. And as I told you, there are not many designated diseases are there. No designated diseases are available for the IMCs in our country at present. So therefore, only thing that you need to look is whether any parasites are available, or if you can check them for the any diseases or the deformities in that particular hatchery, which you can depend upon that. Apart from that, there are some other disease tests are given just for looking at their tolerance for the chloroform or the other this one, but they are usually not recommended. So only thing is before you purchase the seed, the best thing is actually contact some of the farmers who have purchased the seed from these hatcheries in the previous years, and then find out how the performance is coming from that particular hatchery, and also ask those hatcheries how many number of brooders they are using for the production of the seed. And don't get only the seed from the one cycle, try to get the seed from the number of cycles which are mixing up by taking them, and then you can go ahead with that. That actually ensures you a broader genetic base, and probably you will get a better performance of these seed. So that's the present stage. Unless you are having the known source and the known hatchery people, the genetic selection programs, at present we are not in a position to test them for any of the performances. But I think there is a one lecture in this event, that is the seed certification. So the probably seed certification, if it comes into existence, then that may be actually helpful for at least certifying the inbreeding or the number of brooders, how many actually they are using. To that extent, then it will be some help.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, government of Bihar is planning a draft, and a draft is preparing for the seed certification. So we ask a lecture from them. Hope we will see some good points, sir. Sir, one more question from the Uday Kiran, that how many times same brood can be used for the breeding purpose?
It is from the point of the reproduction, if you are asking, then I am not having an answer for that, because if it is only the reproduction side, then you can make use of it as many times as is possible. But from the points of the genetics, if you are not sure about its genetic quality, then it is better not to repeat use that fish once it has spawned. It is better to discard that. But only from the reproduction side, you want to have more number of spawns and other things, then it can go ahead with the things. But from the genetics point, the brooder should not be repeatedly used unless you are really having its genetic quality known for you. So that is the one aspect.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for
Yeah,
giving us the time. And
before I close, I think Bihar government and only other two states are the only two states where actually the seed certification has been notified as per the government of India norms. If something comes out from the Bihar government, that will be very nice.
yes,
So,
sir. Thank you,
Pravesh,
sir.
before
Thank you, sir.
moving to the second speaker, I will
Yeah.
just add one line about Dr. Jagirdar.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Last 37 years I know him. This whatever knowledge is just because you given only 20 minutes. He has given a just ice tip of the iceberg knowledge to the people.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Those who are really interested, be in touch with him. He is a wonderful
Yes, sir.
knowledge.
Yes, sir.
I've seen personally.
I am sorry, there was one comment. Actually, I could see that when somebody has written that don't read the whatever there. Sir, actually, I would like to say the time that has been given to me was very small and a very short period, and the topic that has been given is really very, very large.
That's why I told it is a
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dr. Srivastava sir told this is the one topic which goes into days. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
it's just tip of the
therefore,
iceberg. We have given the knowledge. I agree
yeah,
with you.
I'm sorry
Yes, sir,
actually
we
if I have
agree,
not
sir,
met
and
your
I'm sorry, sir.
aspiration, but that's what is actually with the given time constraint.
Yes,
Actually, I have managed to share whatever few points I feel they are important.
yes,
Bless
sir.
you.
We are sorry for
Dr.
that. We have only this much time. For that, we are sorry. We already
It's okay.
discussed, sir,
I'm
and
not
you asked
blaming,
that
but
how much
only
time you are giving to me. At that time, I said, sir, first I said 30 minutes. You said only 30 minutes. I remember, sir. Yeah.
no,
Then it's come to
only
20 minutes only.
because of the topic that has been given. I know even Dr. Reddy is there, where actually the knowledge that he needs to share will be so enormous, and the topics are so interesting and large. Like even
Yes,
Dr. Tuntun Singh also actually he managed to complete that one within a very short period. So it is really difficult. I understand to complete the things in a very short period is very challenging, and I have tried my best to do that one. Anyway, if I have not met your expectation, I am sorry for that one. Maybe we can have
Okay, sir, we
Dr.
will try
Srivastava
to
suggested.
conduct some training, sir, in future. Then we will have the long session, sir. We will try to
Yeah.
conduct some
Okay.
training, sir, like that. Thank you so much, sir. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you so
thank
much,
you,
sir.
Pravesh, and thanks to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Surinder Kumar, Associate Professor, College of Fishery, Dori. Sir has a good experience in the field of fish nutrition. Sir work on the larval diets of the different fishes. Sir, please, sir, you can start your presentation. I will give your presentation right, sir. Just a second. Yes, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable DDG Fisheries, Dr. J.K. Jaina, sir. And this all the panelists, I think most of my teachers, Dr. Jagirdar, sir, Dr. Reddy, sir, Dr. S.C. Rai, sir, Dean, College of Fisheries, Dr. P.P. Srivastava, sir, the Registrar of the University, and all are my teachers, and also thanks to the organizing committee to give me the opportunity to present my views on that regarding the broodstock nutrition. So I am actually here going to explain one of my part of my research, that how broodstock nutrition affect the seed quality, as well as that their nutrition actually affect the growth also. That if we are not putting the exact nutrition what we are giving to the broodstock, accordingly, if we don't feed to the juveniles or the larger fishes, then we are not getting the growth what we are expecting. So that's why I have kept the topic is like the broodstock nutrition, the role in further development of the progeny. So there are some basic things. It is not a big deal that obviously the diets, especially the lipids and protein, these two are most affecting nutrients, which are actually doing combining. Somehow it is doing with the organ like liver, and there actually they are doing something with the with like they are releasing the phospholipids, triglycerides, or amino acids, and then that specific eggs lipoproteins that is actually known as that cartilaginine. So that one is actually working for that for the further development of the larvae or ovary or whatever. So these are few points which actually affect the reproductive performance in the fish, and that one is one of the major things which actually we ignored. That one is the ration size. Generally, we are just maintaining the what is the nutrient quality, what are the different nutrients. Well, we did not feel that ration size. That one is one of the major things which must be maintained. So I will take just very few times to explain that ration size, that some obviously some fat soluble components, protein quality, obviously regarding that means the amino acid quality, and then minerals and then vitamins. Here is one of the result that if the ration size is half and full, if compared, actually what happens that if there is a half of the ration size, their body weight obviously because they are feeding less, it goes down. Egg per female, that one is also reduced, as well as eggs per kg, that one is increased. That is showing that if the size of the egg, that is if egg per kg is higher and egg per female is less, that means the size of the egg is not bigger, not good, and that further the conversion from the egg to the spawn or from the larvae, that is where that will not get so much of the quantity whatever will convert. So it just shown in the next graph also that egg of that half ration size fed fish, that was this one. So that is one of, because in normally normal culture scenario, what farmers are doing, they are just feeding whenever they have feed, especially they are feeding mostly the rice bran and cake. So whenever they have, they just feed it. Otherwise, they just rest, leave it, that okay, whenever we will have the feed, we will feed it. Otherwise, there is no feeding. So that is actually happening. That is actually creating some problems, and surely that is going to be having a not the good larvae, as well as not the performance of the breeding as per what that fish can be. It is not a bigger. So that's why that protein is mostly as a energy source. So these nutrient deficiency is also one of the factor which is going to do some with the breeding performance. This is well known fact. This is not a new one what I told. Uh, so some of the results has been there that if protein percentage is less as well as higher, both are actually affecting the relative fecundity. So if in the carbs, it has been already done that if it is less than requirement, that is less than 25 to 30%, then there is also the fecundity is less. And if it is more than 30 also, then also there is fecundity is less. So the balance in the nutrient that should be maintained for the better brood stock, for the better larvae, for the better egg. Uh, so one of the research was already completed by the Nandi sir, and it was that if there is a PUFA, what the relation between PUFA and reproductive performance in the carp, especially Indian major carps, and that was that if there is a that PUFA should be in the feed that performs, especially the maturation, that mature female, they are getting a higher maturation compared to the if they are fed with the not incorporated PUFA diet like rice bran and chia soup. So PUFA and amino acid, these two are one of the major nutrients which is actually required in a proper amount, proper balanced diet, that for the better performance of the female. But another one point which actually no one cares, actually I don't think that it has been performed at any platform, and that one is that either nutritional history of that particular food stock that do anything impact on the future performance and the utilization of diet. Uh, I have done with the in the common carb, that's why I have done it, but it must be rules for all the fishes, especially all the carbs which we are consuming. So this is one of the major questions nowadays, because we are just feeding. We don't know what we are feeding afterwards. That is after conversion of the larvae to fry to fingerlings. Every time we are just changing the diet composition, diet, whatever the feed with during the before the breeding, that is during the brood stock development, no one is knowing, because hatchery owner give the larvae, we just stop it and we are feeding according to our availability. Even hatchery owners don't know, if they don't have the even record that what they are feeding them. But actually it impacts. If I'm just going to explain regarding the, not regarding the nutrient amount, regarding the ingredient quality. That means what ingredient they fed, and what they should be explained to the buyer of the seed, so that they will feed accordingly. Uh, um, uh, it was actually worked during my postdoctoral research, and what was that? It is a concept that we are scaling also that जैसा जच्चा होगा वैसा ही बच्चा होगा. So obviously the reflections in the son or the daughter, whatever the child, that is connected to the mother's diet. Similarly, here is also, so some of the nutritional programming is that if either we can program it during the egg stage, that is inside the maternal stage, we can feed it accordingly is what it is required, or what should be fed in the future also, either at that stage or after just some of the sonophoresis is one of the technique. Through that, there is some injection or some of the incorporation of some of the nutrient at that egg level, so that after the larvae, that particular egg, what the larvae, they just sufficient with that particular, or they are having the capacity that if there is some of the deficiency which has been shown already in their earlier future, they can be cope up with that kind of deficiency in the near future also. So and the next stage is at the spawn stage. So these three stages can be programmed for the future acceptance or future acceptance of the different ingredient in the life. So what I have done, it is at the maternal stage, that is whatever the maternal reserve, that is eggs inside the ovary, that how that can be you know uh, acclimatized, or you can say they can be induced to, so that in the future, if that kind of problem has been faced by that, or that kind of nutrient they cannot be fed with that in the future, that can do not affect their growth performance. So accordingly, what we have done actually, that we have grouped two fish, we have made two groups. One is fish meal phase, even carp for the fish meal in a very small percentage, that is 14% only fish meal. And another is totally plant-based diet, that is 0% fish meal. And obviously, because of fish meal, the EPA and DHA was higher in that particular fish meal based diet, that is 11.16%, and the EPA and DHA in plant-based diet was 0.67%. And it was expected that obviously fish meal based diet for the brooders and the performance of the breeding, performance of the larvae, they must be higher. It was the prejudice. But after that, what we got that this is the ovary composition, what we received. And it was that N9, 20:3 N9, that is showing actually the fatty acid deficiency, and there was no difference, because that brood stock they fed for a longer period with that kind of feed for the 4 months, and after that they prepared for the breed. So that fatty acid deficiency did not show in both of the fish. So that is one of the good thing that okay. But that N3 by N6, which is one of the indicator, there was the differences that P fish was having less N3 by N6 compared to the F fish. So accordingly, when we bred them, the larvae of the spawn with survival was nowhere affected because of two different diets. The brooders we fed with two different diets. But the final weight of that larvae, that is when that spawn converted to the fry size was higher in the fish and the larvae, which were raised from the brooder, which fed with the fish meal diet and diet compared to the plant-based diet. So from there, it was nothing more new, but yes, larvae from the fish meal-based brooder stock diet registered higher final weight compared to the larvae from plant-based diet. So till here, this was the similar what we expected from our previous research. And then what we have fed same diet, that is the fry, which raised from the plant-based diet. We fed them plant-based diet, and the fry, which raised from the fish-based diet, we fed them fish-based diet. And survival, no issue, but obviously the weight was lower in the plant-based diet compared to the fish-based diet. So now the next one after the conversion to the fingerlings, so I can say juveniles. Then we have made a crossover experiment, and here we got some really something new, and that we did not expect actually. And what we have done, that we've made 4 groups, and that group is that one group which were plant-based group will fed with the plant-based diet only, but one group which was fed with plant-based diet, we fed them fish meal-based diet. And similarly we have done with the fish meal-based diet also. So that 4 group, when fed for 3 months, 6 months total. So first 3 months was the complementary phase, that is the same phase. And then there what we received, that there was a reduction in the growth. The fish meal-based diet when fed with the plant-based diet, their reduction in the growth, it is common because they have already adapted with the fish meal-based diet. But here also the reduction in the growth of the plant-based diet which fed with the fish meal-based diet, that was actually surprising, and that really look out to just initiated us to do one more next of our research to continue this research with the other concepts. So if a larvae or a juvenile developed from the brooders which fed with the plant-based diet, they must feed with the plant-based diet only. If they are feeding with the fish meal-based diet, there is some issue. They are not having so much capacity to raise this. After that, what we have done, that we fed them the complementary diet, that is whatever their previous nutritional history diet. That is, if the plant-based diet juveniles fed with fish meal-based diet, we just now converted them also to the fish meal-based diet. What we saw that, okay, that fish meal-based group just come with the there is a compensatory growth, and they try to compensate their reduced growth and come equally within the 3 months with the whatever the originally fed fish meal-based diet. But the plant-based diet could not able to compensate that growth, so that reduction still starts. So it was we just concluded with that conclusion that the plasticity of the plant-based fish, the fish fed with plant-based diet is very that is lower. They are very difficult to change their the diet. If there is a change in diet, there is a reduction in the growth. But in the fish meal-based diet, the plasticity is compared to that particular the plant-based group is higher, and they are more able to change there. If there is a change in diet, it doesn't matter for the short change, because if there is short change in diet, and after that if they will fed with their original diet, they compensate it. But the plant-based diet group cannot compensate it. So from here we concluded that nutritional history of the brood stock that influences nutrient utilization during juvenile stages, as well as nutritional programming at earlier stages, especially may replace that fish-based diet with the plant-based diet in the common carp as well as in the carps also. And the utilization of plant-based diet in juveniles depends on brood stock diet. And finally, it was recommended that fish having a nutritional history of fish meal-based diet are more plastic to adopt the change in feed compared to the fish having nutritional history of plant-based diet. So if we are having in the process of doing any certification of the hatchery or certification of the seeds, we must do one column in that particular, that every hatchery owner must have a record that what diet, what kind of diet they have fed to the brooder stock, so that accordingly it should be suggested to the buyer or fish farmer. They have to feed according to the diet. So that is one of the major concerns which I would like to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Seven sir, for your detailed, nice presentation. Sir, one of our participant is asking, sir, what diet should be given to a brooders in a hatchery and what should be given to the larvae, sir? Can you give some?
Yes. Yes, please. Yes, sure. Actually, the brooders diet, there is a specified, nutrient requirement for the every stages for the brooders as well as spawn larvae as well as fry and fingerlings. So accordingly, okay, nutrient preparation is okay, but if farmers want to do from the own level at the larvae stages, it is little difficult for them, because normally what farmers are doing, better, I think Tuntu sir knows, explain better. But what farmers are doing, they are using either besan, the grams powder, or the maida, what in the market. So they are using these two, but obviously they are not so much of nutrient rich. Whatever the nutrient required, that one is not available. That one is not available to the larvae. So that's why nowadays, obviously, the company are making feed, larvae feed, that mesh feed with a high protein, with the protein requirement, whatever the nutrient requirement for the larvae, that is available in the market. So that one is good for the farmers for the initial, at least for the nursery phases. They should feed that feeded. After that, accordingly, whatever the farm made feed. For the brooders, especially, it matters for the different fishes, as we are mostly concerned with the carps. So no need to feed with the fish meal. So nowadays, everyone just discarding discouraging to use fish meal in the carp diet. But whatever the ingredients they are using, that should be known to the farm, to the hatchery. So if they cannot know that what kind of ingredients we are using, it is very difficult for the further fish cultures to feed them according to their previous history. So if they are feeding their farm-made feed, they should specify that we fed only DURB, maize, rice bran, and mustard oil cake. It should be specified on their hatchery, on their display board, that we raised our brood stock with this feed only. So that one is here.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir, from one of our attendee, Mr. Mukesh Kumar. Sir, we want to know that how to increase the survival especially in the carnivorous fishes in the larval stage. What should be the diet constituent? मतलब क्या components होने चाहिए?
Obviously, in the carnivorous fishes, we must feed them with the live feed. So only that one is actually reduce that cannibalism as well as a growth. So, but there are some other like egg custard. That one is what we are feeding with the prawns also. So that one is one of the way to incorporate in that larval diet. But there are concerns so that what if we are feeding with the artificial diet, that one is not so effective for the carnivorous species. So somehow, if they fed with the live fishes, that one is more important, more good for the larvae of the carnivorous species.
Thank you, sir. Sir, now we will move to our next presenter. I would like to invite Dr. PKAU, sir, Principal Scientist and National Fellow, ICR CIFA Bhubaneswar. Sir has more than 20 years of experience in the field of fish disease diagnostics and health management. Sir is working on the different projects related to the development of control measures for the parasites and recombinant vaccine for the bacterial diseases. Sir, please.
Ramesh, I would like to add 2 lines.
Yes, sir. Please, sir.
There is a team, and he is authoritative in his subject, Dr. PKAU, who they designed the surveillance and all the disease-related item.
Yes,
So
sir.
you have collected, or I can say you have arranged very good people who have really a in-depth knowledge of the subject. I
Yes,
thank
sir.
you for that. And then because they will really know the subject in depth.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sahu, please.
So thank you, Dr. Srivastavji, Dr. Pravesh, for nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
So let me start sharing my slide. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I must thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to share whatever little knowledge we have on these fish disease aspects, particularly on broodstock and seed. First of all, I also like to thank our DDG. I am seeing the Dr. Srivastavji as well as also Dr. Jagidarji and other colleagues, and also Rai Sab, our dean, also attending this meeting. There are still, although it is lunchtime, more than 130 participants are there. So it speaks about the concern about this particular issue. So what I would like to say within these 20 minutes may be possible, because I came to know that there are number of farmers, number of students and other varieties of participants, different categories of participants. So I will give a brief overview of the diseases in broodstock as well as some diseases in hatcheries and how to manage those disease problems. So I will quickly go through some of these issues and also try to highlight. Sorry, excuse me. This slide is not. Yeah. So if you look at the aquaculture systems or species, nowadays the freshwater aquaculture system, as we all know, we have been talking about how much it is diversified with more than 3 dozen of species, with various species and their combinations, their culture system, the cropping patterns, or you can say the input wise, the production protocol, or the targeted production wise. So for technologies are available for almost all kind of water bodies available for fish culture systems, which are nowadays we are also giving more stress on the biofloc and other RAS or PIMTA systems to utilize the optimum utilize of the unit area to get increase the productivity. So all these systems, they are putting a lot of stress on the fish or the host. So that is very important. Whenever we are going for high stocking or high density of culture or brood, it may be broodstock rearing or anything, we are going for artificial feeds. Again, we are using fertilizers, drugs, all those things. We are giving more stress on the carrying capacity of the pond, so that it is leading to more. Even though we are going for better management, also still it is not optimum, which is causing stress on the fish, and it is leading to this suppression of the immune system and increased susceptibility to different pathogens which are normally present in the environment. They get opportunity to enter to the system. If you look at the disease issue as such, although we will be discussing the broodstock disease or the concerns in hatchery, we don't have any specific disease which is much more serious in broodstock or much more seriously concerned in case of hatcheries. We will highlight some of these diseases which are mostly present in hatchery condition or broodstock. I will highlight all those things. But if you look at the disease issues, we have not an exact picture on the how much loss we are incurring due to diseases. That is a very big concern. But on an average, 10 to 15% of the production cost are lost due to diseases. There are few reports on different diseases where we are losing. For example, white spot, there is one study where we are losing around 7 to 800 crores. Suppose sheep disease, there is one report from Shiva only, more than 1022 crores we are losing. And there is another report, suppose for example US, where we are losing 7,500 to 26,100 by Pradhan and groups. So there are very sporadic reports, but we don't have a very clear picture on how much loss we are incurring. But nevertheless, loss you can see from these pictures, where you will find sometimes huge mortality, sometimes also no mortality with massive growth reduction. So that is also another concern. So coming to the Indian aquaculture systems, we have variety of disease conditions. Both you can say these diseases, they are not specific to a particular size. So it may be hatchlings, it may be broodstock, it may be grow out systems or fingerling raising systems. Many of these disease conditions are present, or many of these pathogens are present in all types of systems. So my lecture, that will be mostly a broad lecture where it will give an overview of the disease conditions and how we can tackle all those disease problems. So coming to bacterial pathogens, we have major bacterial pathogens like mostly opportunistic pathogens like motile aeromonas septicemia. Mostly motile aeromonas, they are causing major problem leading to ulcers or hemorrhages or other kind of disease problems. Sometimes they also lead to acute mortality if your water quality is not appropriate at that time. It leads to mass mortality again. The next important bacterial pathogen is Yersinia, and sometimes myxobacterials also or vibriosis, they are also causing problem in aquaculture systems. Coming to the viral pathogens, we have very few number of viruses, those which are affecting the food fish, except tilapia lake virus, which is affecting food fish. Most of these viruses, they are not affecting the freshwater, whatever it has been reported like CYHP2 or CEV or Rana virus or ISKNB or RSIV, all these are infecting mostly the ornamental fish. So if you are thinking about the ornamental hatchery, raising ornamental broodstock, so these are the viruses which will be really playing important role for screening point of view, because some of these viruses, they are responsible for vertical transfer, as well as also most of these viruses have been reported in ovarian tissue, presence in their ovarian tissue. So there it may be both through horizontal as well as vertical transfer. This virus infection will be there in the offspring, which may lead to subsequent loss. In sea bass, which are also cultured in freshwater system, this viral nervous necrosis or beta noda virus is also another important issue. So these are the few of these viruses which I mentioned. These are of concern for Indian aquaculture system as on date. Then coming to the fungal pathogens, we all are very much aware the disease in freshwater aquaculture. If you speak about the disease research has started after the US outbreak, you can say after 1988. Then saprolegnia or branchiomyces, which are very common. Branchiomyces is our gill rot, we call it as gill rot. It damages the gill, and saprolegnia, which is very common in hatchery conditions, and particularly if the dead eggs are not properly removed, this saprolegnia, they take upper hand, which are present in the environment, and they are mostly opportunistic pathogens. And if there is any injury, any damage to the mucus, means mucus production is very less, so they usually take upper hand, and you will find cotton woolly like growth, which is very common. And coming to the parasites, there are a couple of parasites which are really creating major problem to Indian aquaculture systems. Among those, like arbulosis or gill fluke, like dactylogyrosis, gyrodactylosis or lernia, or white spot or ichthyopterosis or myxosporidians. These are 5 or 6 major parasites. Those are really troubling the culture system. It may be brood species, or it may be larval rearing stages. Or you can stay spawn or fry. You can get myxosporidian infection. Today also we got huge mortality simply because of only in spawn rearing, huge amount of trichodina infection, and the farmer was suffering huge mortality. Before half an hour before, we are examining one case. His water quality was optimum. He was culturing. He is culturing the or rearing seeds since several years, but in 1.5 hectare pond. But huge mortality since 7-8 days he is suffering because of simple parasitic infections. So these are very common signs. I am not going into, because I came to know that there are a couple of farmers friends, they are also attending this particular meeting. So I added this particular slide, how you will know the fish is diseased. So we all are aware, like when the fish will be anorectic or taking less feed, or any abnormal swimming behavior, or the typical fin or tail rot or scale erosion or any growth retardation or hyperpigmentation. So all these things, or redness over body, or even fluid accumulation, either more mucus secretion or less mucus secretion. So both are indicative of the fish is under stressful condition. So we have to look into any disease problem is there, and any kind of gill disease, gill damage or gulping of air, or any eye infections, or any sorts of parasites on the body. So or mortality at the end, we can think of disease situation in fish ponds. So we have under the national surveillance program, we have looked into different disease conditions in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh over the major aquaculture zones. And what we exactly found, whether it is a culture pond or a broodstock rearing pond, the parasitic infections are much more in incidence. Around 67% incidence are parasitic infections. And hardly 10 to 12% cases are bacterial origin, and water quality problems are around 10%. But nowadays, what exactly is happening, the most of the farmers are facing, along with bacterial disease, or along with bacterial parasitic disease, bacterial infection, or with parasite, multiple types of parasitic infections. So that is a big challenge. So that we call it as a mixed infection, or co-infection. We call it as a co-infection also. So that type of problem has, are coming of nowadays, maybe because of different regions. We do not know what exact region is there, but the co-infection is a big challenge to the farmers, to the researchers, as well as also the health workers. So we have to think what exactly the region behind this particular infection, this disease. So whether it is simple parasite, whether what type of parasite, whether it is along with ecto and endoparasites. So our treatment regime, our management strategy should be accordingly diverted, or accordingly designed to address both type of problems, so that we can easily handle the infection process. So within the parasites, you will find mostly the ectoparasite like your Argulus, or we call it as a freshwater fish lice, or dactylovirus or gill flu, which are very, very common. Otherwise, the mixed parasitic infection cases, which are around 38%, there also you will find the both presence of either Argulus or dactylovirus in most of the cases what we are noticing. So there is, in fact, you can say in winter the fish are more susceptible, but irrespective of the seasons, you will get more or less, whether it is a rainy season, whether it is a summer season. So you will get all types of infections. So there is no boundary nowadays. Earlier we are getting in mostly in winter. Now disease has no boundary in terms of temperature, in terms of stocking density, even less stocking density, there is disease. So we have to be very, very careful nowadays so far as management strategy is concerned. So if you look into the emergence, earlier there are a lot of disease since 1930, number of viruses have been reported worldwide. But after the US outbreak, we are not so much serious in freshwater aquaculture condition to look into different disease situations. But once this surveillance program it has launched, we have discovered or we have found out number of viral infections, number of bacterial diseases, new bacterial diseases, which are present in the system. Earlier also some of the bacterial disease, bacterial pathogens, they were present, but we were not detecting. Nowadays, because of this surveillance system, we are detecting number of pathogens. They may be opportunistic, they may be secondary invaders, but they are getting slowly upper hand to cause large scale mortality, sometimes leading to acute type of outbreaks. And you can see the chronology of infections. Mostly you will see from 2005, DNNB was detected in sea bass. Afterwards, in 2016, in fact, in freshwater fish, the first viral disease outbreak, that is CEV as well as COUHP2. CEV is carp edema virus, which is a pox virus, mostly infect the koi carp or common carp hybrids. And COUHP2 is the cyprinidae herpes virus, which is more or less similar to your koi herpes virus, which is COHP3, which is not reported in our country, but we have reported COHP2 from goldfish. And the viruses are also have been detected both in ovaries as well as also in male broods also. So it is of concern whether they are being transferred vertically, or even if it is not transferred vertically, it is a concern for the broodstock or to screen the seeds whether they are carrying the virus for transboundary pathogens, particularly of transboundary pathogen of importance. And TILB, it has been now reported from in 2017 from West Bengal and other parts of Kerala now. Again, coming to rhinovirus, which has also been reported, and megalocytic virus and ISS can be, both these viruses have been reported from India from 2018-19 onwards. So all these viruses mostly they are infecting the ornamental fish except TILB, which is infecting the food fish. So when we are thinking of ornamental broodstock or ornamental seed rearing or ornamental seed transport, we have to be serious. So this is very common condition. What I was mentioning, the saprolegnia infection, both you will find in seeds as well as also in hatchery system. If you are not maintaining the water quality to the optimum level, or if you are not removing the dead eggs frequently, so this type of fungal infection is very common. And what I was mentioning, the aphanomyces infection or epizootic ulcerative syndrome, where you will get fungal elements, large areas of ulcer. Why I am showing this I will come later on. You can see large number of fishes infected. This particular condition still it is existing in some parts of northeast region as well as also eastern and other parts of the northern part of India. These infections still it is persisting. Also in Tamil Nadu, some areas it is still there. But the cases have drastically reduced after 2000 or 2005 onwards in many parts of the country. But the major bacterial pathogen which is creating a major problem in either in broodstock or seed rearing or in different stages of growth, that is your motile aeromonads. Among the motile aeromonads, this hydrophila, Aeromonas hydrophila is most important, and I am not going into detail. And this is mostly associated with all types of infection process. It may cause hemorrhages, it may cause ulcers, it may cause septicemia, it may cause dropsy, so it may cause fin rot or tail rot. So no culture species is resistant to this particular infection. So it is a big challenge to freshwater aquaculture systems. You can see the eye which is being damaged with hydrophila, with Aeromonas liquefaciens also. So you have some of the disease, it also causes ulcers, hemorrhages, and ulcers or hemorrhages you will find also in other bacterial diseases. Suppose this Clarius broodstock, which is infected with ectalori, you can say it is called as a cracked skull disease. Similarly, frayed gills in Flavobacterium or Pseudomonas ulcers or columnaris infections. So these broodstocks or the seeds also, they will be infected with streptococcal eye infections. These are some of the photographs. And the most important thing, which mostly these brood fish are infected, all the healthy fish, they will attract the parasite. The parasites will get better nourishment from the healthy fish. So if the fish is larger, there will be more amount of parasites on, particularly this Argulus parasite. They attack the healthy fish, the adult fish, the better the growth of fish, they attract more amount of this particular parasitic infection. So this is in fact a big challenge. This argulosis, which is present in throughout the world, we are losing more than 300 crores of rupees for this particular parasitic infections. And in fact, we are looking into the detail of this particular parasite, how to get rid of this parasite on a long-term basis. Although we have not succeeded to a large extent, but we have to understand the biology of this particular parasite if you want to control. Just you can see these parasites, they lay eggs on the snails or any hard surface or even plant substratum. You can see the egg clutches. After seeing, then you can easily appreciate the pond is already infected, or you can cast net every month. You can see, look for the parasites, so that will be very helpful for control of this particular parasite. With appropriate, you have to go for comprehensive management strategy, because these parasites are very fast developing resistance to different kinds of drugs. So you have to go for rotation of drugs in a culture system if you want to fully control this particular parasitic infection at appropriate dose level. So there are a couple of infections like Thelonella or Myxosporidian or Henogeal infections. So those are very common in brood fish as well as also in seeds also, like Trichodina infections, which are very, very common. So I am not going into all those details, Like you will also find Lernia infection or black grub disease type of infection. Another interesting condition mostly you will find in broodstock pond when we are giving little amount of higher amount of feed, particularly when we are much more concerned in broodstock feed, particularly if the feed is not optimum used. So there will be some sorts of ammonia problem as well as also nitrite problem in the water, but it's very rare. But we have seen, you can see the typical mouth upper lip condition where you will find typical situation which indicates the toxicity, ammonia toxicity in the pond. Although alkalinity and other water problems are some of the issues in broodstock pond. So what I want to emphasize here, by seeing the gill damage, we should not say this is a parasitic infection or this is a bacterial infection or viral infection. So we have to give equal emphasis on the diagnosis, and particularly level 2 or level 3 diagnosis is very crucial when we are seeing any types of disease condition. So that's why we have to be very careful when we are going for any kind of management strategy. If it is parasitic infection, if we are going for bacterial antibiotic treatment, then it may not be helpful. So that's why clinical science is always not conclusive to take any kind of decision so far as management condition. Another important thing, within the parasite also all are causing gill damage. So we have to be very concerned which type of gill damage is, because same particular medication, same management strategy, it may not work. I'm not going into the detail of the parasites, the detail how it will be, eventually it will lead to more number of mortality if you are not using proper diagnosis and treatment measures. And ulcers, same ulcers, it may be due to different bacteria, maybe parasites and other things. So because the time is short, I am just quickly going through. So what exactly the seed quality you say, already it has been discussed a lot. So a good quality seed means it should be uniform size, it should be pure, it should be proven and viable with high survivability and free from undesired contaminated seeds and seed-borne diseases and pathogens. So when the definition says the quality seed should be free from seed-borne diseases and pathogens, so we should be equally concerned about the quality of the seed in terms of pathogens it is carrying. So which is very, very important in case of ornamentals, where it might be carrying different viral infections or so we have different tools, in fact, to screen those. You can go for some marker based or PCR assisted tools, even for purity checking, or you can go for microscopic examinations. So all those things, we will not go into all those details. So we all have, it has been discussed very well what these poor quality seeds will lead to. In fact, we are working on a project to develop a resistant variety of Hydrophila, Aeromonas hydrophila carp or Rohu carp, which will be resistant to Aeromonas hydrophila infections. We have already got very good response so far as Hydrophila infection is concerned. When the offsprings are being challenged after third generation, we are getting very good survival with regards to these particular infections. So the drugs are very generic, which I have listed here, and you can. So what exactly I want to say, I am not telling about the drugs. So you have to diagnose the disease situation first, then go for application of any kind of drugs to manage the disease situation. So there are different SOPs are available. If you will follow the SOPs, if you will follow the water quality management properly, if you will manage the feed and water, mostly 40 to 50% of infection you can save. So this is in gist about the overview of the disease situations which are present in mostly in carp farming or other ornamental fish farming. So with this, I am closing. Hope I am within the time. Thank you very much for your patience. Although it is almost lunch time is over, still a lot of participants are there. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. If you have any quick questions, I'll be happy to take up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your very detailed and informative presentation, sir. You cover from the major disease, you enlisted the disease, you talk about the several points which will be surely well information for our student, researcher, and all the farmers, sir. Sir, if you are agree, kindly share your PPT, sir, for the participant, because participants are asking repeatedly for the presentation, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, sure, I will share. No issue.
Thank you, sir. Yes,
प्रवेश
sir. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Sahu,
रजिस्ट्रार साहब कुछ बुक
Yes.
कर रहे हैं
Yes, sir.
रजिस्ट्रार साहब कुछ कर रहे हैं रजिस्ट्रार साहब
Yes, sir.
Dr.
Yes,
Sahu
sir.
साहब, Dr. Sahu साहब,
नमस्ते नमस्ते
हम मछली
नमस्ते सर।
खाना छोड़ दें कि खाएं कि ना खाएं, ये बताइए पहले आप।
खाना खा लेंगे, कोई इशू नहीं, वो नो इशू।
नहीं, इतना बीमारी बता दिया आपने, अब खाए कैसे उसको?
तो बीमारी तो चला जाएगा, हमारा वो फ्राइंग सिस्टम जो है ना, उसमें कुछ भी खा सकते हैं आप, नो इशू।
क्योंकि उतना डिजीज देखने लगता है, ये सब इन्फेक्शन ही इन्फेक्शन है।
नो इशू।
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Sahu, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Sir,
so much.
राय
one
साहब
of
कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं सर?
sir, participants are asking one question. That
Yes,
sir,
sure.
what is the status of the vaccination of the fishes in India, sir? How many vaccines are available?
Although worldwide, if you will see more than 14 or 15 more than 14, 15 vaccines are available for finfish species, which are being practiced in many of the developed and developing countries also. But in India, so far as vaccine is concerned, we have not come out with any commercial vaccine, or we are not practicing any vaccine. There are many issues. So why it is not being practiced, or why it is not developed? So it is beyond my scope, in fact, I should say. So probably one of the major reason is the value of fish which we are culturing. So that is one of the important criteria. And because if you are going for vaccination, so the fish should be ready to accept vaccine. So there it should be cultured in a proper age. Another thing with the system, our system, it should be meant, for example, in many countries, it is mandatory. If you are going for any culture, you have to vaccinate XYZ fish. So, and the another third thing, loss. Loss is also important issue. If the farmer is losing because of one particular disease, huge amount of money, definitely he will be interested. So that is also one of the issue. And fourth thing, it should be equally very easily available in the market. So whatever disease condition or vaccines are available mostly for viral pathogens, they are using in outside the country, they are mostly using for viral pathogens. For only few bacterial disease, they are using vaccines. And those vaccines for bacterial disease, which they are using mostly for the salmonids, which are little bit costly or expensive fish. So if you are spending 3 rupees or 2 rupees for a single dose of vaccine, so the farmer is going to get back that much benefit from it. So there are a couple of issues, but at present in India, we are not using any vaccine for commercial purpose.
Thank you, sir.
What about
Thank you,
DNA vaccines that people are working on, and then some drip method, whatever that?
So
Yes.
all these vaccines are in a laboratory scale. Most of the research are in laboratory stage. Nothing has been released so far for commercial application.
Yes, sir.
I will request Dr. Rai Sahab, because they have a lot of knowledge on the subject, sir. A specific session on fish disease, sometime we can organize. They are working last 20 years like anything. A huge amount of knowledge. This is just a superficial slide. He shown you a time was a factor. Otherwise, the basic infrastructure facility required for this type of laboratories, we require him because we are going to get a project on that. Sir, your help will be needed as and may be required.
Sure, no issue, absolutely no issue.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you.
थैंक यू सर साहु सर नमस्कार
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir.
Namaste, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
नॉर्थ बिहार में आर्गोलोसिस का बहुत प्रॉब्लम है और हमारे तालाब में कॉलेज में ही हम 3-4 साल तक हम लोगों ने इसको फेस किया 4 साल 5 साल के बाद तब उसको आर्गोलस फ्री हम लोगों का तालाब हुआ है लेकिन इसका जो क्लीनर है या जो और भी मेडिसिन रिकमेंडेड है बाजार में अवेलेबल है वो उसका असर पड़ता है लेकिन ये रिकरिंग है सर 3-4 महीना के बाद फिर वो आ जाता है फिर 3-4 महीना के बाद और बहुत ज्यादा लॉस हो रहा है किसान का जैसे अभी टूटू सिंह कह रहे थे कि क्या कोई हर्बल मेडिसिन सर सीफा के द्वारा इसमें कुछ बनाया जा सकता है सर
Sir, we have developed some medications. In fact, before it is going for field, means commercial purpose, we are going through vigorous field trials. So possibly it may come up, but still then there is no medication which will give foolproof strategy for this parasite. If you want, I can speak even for one day on this particular parasite because we are working for 10-15 years on a different strategy. In fact, we are thinking, but that is different. But whatever, if you want, sometime we can discuss, or maybe half an hour or 1 hour we can discuss on this particular parasite. So we can suggest some comprehensive management strategy by which you can control the parasitic infection in your farm to 90 to 100% even by the management strategy. So it is definitely a burning problem throughout the globe, not only in India, throughout the globe. So what we have to manage through typical integrated management strategy.
डॉक्टर साहब कोई ड्रग भी कोई यूज किया है डॉक्टर साहू हमारे यहाँ एनपी साहू ने फीड बना आर्गोनिल करके आर्गोनिल करने की फीड है कुछ
Sir, CIFRI has developed one, recently commercialized one product. CIFE has commercialized. I should say one thing, whatever drugs we are going to develop or use, none of the drugs will not be possible to completely kill the eggs. And the eggs are very sticky, very hard. They will not be easily killed by any kind of drug. So you apply any kind of medication, you have to go for understand the biology and apply the comprehensive management strategy. And the major problem is these parasites are developing very fast resistance to any kind of drug. So that is another issue. So sir was mentioning about the cleaner. So nowadays nobody is using cleaner, in fact, because the parasites are not responding to cleaner. So we have to go for what I was mentioning, maybe very quickly I mentioned, we have to go for rotation of drugs. In a culture system, after 3 months, if parasite is coming, or after 6 months is coming, so if you will go for 2 or 3 treatments, definitely if you will rotate the drugs and optimum dose level, optimum dose schedule, if you will follow, you will control to some extent. But if the brood fish, they are mostly attracted to this particular parasite. If brood fish, once they are infected, you are treating with any kind of drug, that will hamper the egg quality. So that is another issue. So we have to think seriously about this particular problem and how to get rid of, and what type of drugs, at what time, at what dose level it should be used, so that we can control this particular infection.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Sahu sir. Now we will move toward our next presenter. I would like to invite Dr. A.K. Reddy, former emerite scientist, ICRCIP Mumbai. Sir has a very vast experience in the research of the freshwater prawn breeding and hatchery management. Please, sir.
रेड्डी साहब पहले तो अपना पहला चेहरा दिखाइए पूरा, आपका पूरा चेहरा नहीं दिख रहा है, कैमरा सेट करिए. यस, तो फिर नीचे चला गया, थोड़ा और कर दीजिए. कैसा रखिए. थैंक यू.
नमस्कार डॉक्टर साहब, आवाज जा रही है? He is also the adjunct faculty of the College of Fisheries only, in College of Fisheries only. So he is a member of our college family, इस तरह से आप कर सकते हैं.
सर मैं थोड़ा ऐड करना चाहता हूँ.
जी sir.
You know that Dr. Reddy, or we can say synonym Macrobrachium rosenberg. So he is a national, earlier speaker was national fellow. He is a national scholar on Macrobrachium rosenberg. You can say the only person after some people already a huge knowledge from hatchery to production. I have seen from my eyes. Dr. Reddy has worked, and in the field, you cannot identify him as a scientist. He worked like anything. In any form of the shape of a cloth, he will start working day and night. So the knowledge these people have, really, I can say we are just getting some knowledge. We have to call them, and we have to take a lot of knowledge to develop. And sir, really we are grateful after your such a illness, Lord grace. We are looking you, we are seeing you, we are very happy, and live 100 years, because he was just on the verge of all deathbed. God grace, he is just now working with us. And thank you very much, Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, sir.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा सर।
लेडीज सर आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है। लेडीज सर अनम्यूट कीजिए प्लीज सर।
अभी
यस सर अभी आ रहा है सर।
first of all, let me express my gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Rai Saab, Dr. Srivastava and particularly the host, Pravesh Kumar. He might have called me 5-6 times. I express my gratitude to all faculty members and organizers. Anyway, since I have only 20 minutes, I cut short so many things. Anyway, let me start my presentation. Hello?
Yes sir.
Is it audible, na?
Yes sir.
Audible. Clear
Audible.
slides, sir.
See, first of all, how this macro vacuum entered in most of the countries. Everybody knows this thing. Life cycle of macro vacuum Rosenberg were first complete by Dr. Lee.
सर आपका स्लाइड्स नहीं है सर. Slides are not showing. Your slides are not showing sir.
Not showing?
Yes sir.
Can you share it first?
Sir you have the option of share.
After
Here
sharing, you
is my,
open.
Yes sir. Now it's coming sir.
yes?
Yes sir.
First slide miss हो गया. First slide.
Presentation mode sir.
Okay?
Yes sir. Yes sir.
The macro vacuum Rosenberg gave, first of all, the completed life cycle. This is a big history. I don't want to go for it. The link was developed completing a cycle in 1969. Later, 1972, large-scale production of PLs were produced by 1972 by Fujimura and Okamoto. Then this post-larvae was shifted to many other countries. At present, about more than 30 countries are producing. Then India is having, most of the countries don't have their own germplasm. It is all shifted from hatchery from other countries. But India is blessed with natural stocks. We have a good germplasm resources, both west coast and east coast of India. Thereby, India has great scope. Another thing I want to say, a lot of work is going on genetic improvement of the stocks. Dr. Jagirdar has carried out one project at CIFE. Then of SIFA, with World Fish, they have also carried out one genetic improvement of the project. I think they are going to now genetically improved strain multiplication centers. I have seen some advertisement, they are trying to get this genetically improvement strain. What is the importance of rootstock? Rootstock is very important for not only for the prawn, for everything. Now so much of discussion has gone on fishes also. Quality of rootstock from natural resources and grow-out ponds. Here the grow-out ponds, some people are stocking natural seeds, some people are at present, of course, in the present situation, macrovacum Rosenberg culture was diminished. There was very negligible. In India, only whatever stock we are getting for exports, it is from the natural resources, from the reservoirs and all things. There is no hatchery working at the moment on macrovacum Rosenberg, except few hatcheries in Northeast, which are established by CIFE by using artificial seawater. Otherwise, in the mainland, it's very difficult to get even the post larvae of macrovacum Rosenberg from the hatcheries. Maybe some government institutes like SIFA, CIFE may be producing some seeds. And for broodstock purpose, we required specialized broodstock rearing facilities. Here I am not giving this culture systems and all things. It will be taking more than 1 hour, 2 hours. Mainly broodstock specialized ponds and tanks. For that, we should have sufficient number of ponds. Since we are going to improve the stock quality of the broodstock, we require small ponds, number of tanks in the vicinity of the hatchery complex. Normally, most of the hatcheries, they have ponds somewhere else and the hatchery somewhere else in the vicinity of the hatchery complex. Main thing is for the commercial production of seeds, we required uninterrupted supply of the good quality broodstock. Existing trend of the selection of broodstock. At present, most of the hatcheries, almost all the commercial hatcheries, either they are collecting from the natural resources, buried females, or from the grower ponds. Even natural resources are somewhat better than pond grown stocks. Mostly pond grown stocks are produced from a single hatchery. They start and collect the same thing. Then we start getting the inbreeding depression. This is talking. Lot of people are talking about this. All over India, it is going all over the world. Lot of research is going on improvement of this broodstock of Macrobacon rosenbergi. Of course, there are some of the buried females. First it is orange color, then brown, finally it is gray color before hatching. See here, important thing is, which is very easy to maintain the broodstock without much genetic studies involving in the field. We have normally Macrobacon rosenbergi have 3 morphotypes: blue clad male, orange clad male, and small males. Here, blue clad males are dominant and territorial behavior. Relatively, they are the blue clad males are strong and fast growing ones. The orange clad ones are little starter than the blue clad ones, and also they are in a growth phase. Orange clad prawns are in growth phase. And coming to this three males in the reproduction, actually what is happening, since the blue clad males are having the territorial behavior, then whenever they get the opportunity, after molting the matured female, free mating molt, the male occupies. For that, different blue clad males, they fight and which one get the successfully, it will create and hold the freshly molted matured female in the chelate legs. Then OC males, not territorial, have mating success, poor mating habits and are fast growing phase. Coming to the small males, they are non-territorial. They only mate with females using an opportunistic and sneak reproductive behavior. That is the more dangerous in the natural stocks or pond grown stocks, is that due to the small males. See, these are the blue, orange, and small males. See, these are the blue clad males, orange clad males, and small male. See, this you can see. When they find mature female with pre-mated molt, the males, blue clad males, start fight. The successful one make a pairing for mating purpose. Coming to the management of broodstock, we should have a number of ponds for holding these prawns. Initially, what will happen when you are selecting broodstock from the nature or from the grown ponds? It should be before the maturation, around 3 months old. When it is gone 3 months old, it is easily to identify the stocks. The character for identification of these freshwater prawns, they are having this olive green string. Sometimes what happens, you can see orange, you can see the white. They are directly exposed to the sunlight in the pond due to not maintaining the proper transparency. Thereby, when you are making the pond, before selecting broodstock from the growth ponds or from nature, then we should prepare our growth ponds where you can avoid organic manures. Now, actually, the macrobiome is so hard. Now it is becoming so delicate due to the outbreak of this nodovirus. Thereby, the proper, like shrimp farms, we also need to give a lot of importance for the pond management, pond preparation, whether you can go for vermicompost or composted cattle manure, or nowadays we are using this organic slurry, which is commonly used for the shrimp ponds. Even the carp nursery ponds are giving excellent results. That is prepared with rice bran, jaggery or molasses, then yeast and some probiotic. This can be used in the slurry form, and 24 hours it is fermented and used for the fertilization of the pond. After at least 10 days before, the pond should be ready for stocking. For the selection of breeders, I think these are the common parameters which we normally see for the culture of Macrobacterium rosenbergi. These are the common parameters. Temperature and all things. Now temperature is not there. There we are, suppose Rohtak, for example, we are having this poly house where the temperature is maintained around 20 degrees, 19 to 20 degrees. I think same thing is in Bihar also. I think College of Fisheries also doing same thing. That is one important to get the year-round broodstock. Selection of females and males. At the present, we have large number of natural stocks. In addition to that, at the present moment, the minimum quality of broodstock also not managing by the hatcheries, commercial hatcheries. Just they are going to the grow-out ponds and collecting whatever the buried females are available there. Orange, whoever is having the eggs having this orange, brown, and gray color, they bring to the mass. Maybe sometimes they bring at least 500,000 numbers depending on the hatchery capacity. They simply bring and dump into the big cement tanks, and early morning they start collecting the larvae and putting in the rearing ponds, rearing tanks. How we are going to get the good quality? We don't know what type of male is mated, the buried females in the ponds or in the nature. We already seen what is the criteria of males, which one is better performing things, male. Thereby, we should select separately when the prawns grow 3 months old. They may be around 30-40 grams, where you can easily identify the male and female. Then we can select good active females without loss of the appendages and not having any injuries. Then active and bright color. Bright color, you can understand how. It is when it is regularly molting, you get this orange color strings. If it is not molting, it is not bright color, there may be muddy and dull color, dull appearance. This indicates once it is a regular molting, you have the bright shining color. Then when you are selecting 4:1, 4 females and 1 male, normally it is selected. The basic reason behind is 1 male can consequently mate 4 females. That is one of the reasons why it is 4:1. Normally, it never happens except in the nature and in the ponds. That is why Now, when you are selecting broodstock, grown-up males, 50% are the blue-clad males and 50% are orange-clad males. Even orange-clad males are poor mating habit. Why we are selecting orange-clad 50%? 50% blue-clad males, they are basically metamorphosed from the orange-clad males. The blue-clad males, they are active and the growth is slow. Once they attain the blue-clad males, once they attain the maximum growth. Then sometime only they are active, sexually active and useful for the mating purpose. Once they become old, they are sexually inactive. Thereby, we will always select 50% orange-clad ones. The reason behind that slowly the orange-clad males metamorphose into, after certain growth, they metamorphose into blue-clad males. Thereby, you have always active blue-clad males for mating purpose in the broodstock ponds, where we will get regularly good broodstock for the hatcheries. This is very simple technique. It is not even followed by farmer. We should educate the hatchery owners, at least they do this type of selective breeding program, natural selection breeding. It is not a genetical, I am not talking about gender, I am not a genetical man, genetics man, but however, this is a natural selection can be done for improvement of the quality of the seed. Now, CIFA and World Fish completed a project. They are going to start genetical improvement macrobug multiplication centers. Recently, I have seen some advertisement for this production of these genetical improvement stocks. Once it comes, maybe most, see, genetical improvement studies is like that. It is not one day or 1 year. It is a continuous process. We have luckily good resources. Even when you are making these broodstock ponds, we have small ponds, maybe 500 meters, 200 meters, collect the stocks from Narmada, Ganga river system, Godavari river system, and best stock, which I know, is Vembanath Lake, Kerala. We have like this, we have the different stocks. We can stock them in different ponds. When they grow them, we can have some, I think that is the same thing as done by CIFA, by crossbreeding them and develop some genetical improvements time, which may be expecting a very short time for the hatcheries. Another important thing is nutritional aspect is very important, which I have studied personally. CIF has studied personally, collecting the broodstock from the different resources, one from the nature and other from the grow-out ponds, not any selective stocking of the seed. Whatever is available in the pond that we have collected, and also giving the formulated diet stocks. Out of these one, the better results, better survival, better growth given by this, where we have put the given the pelleted diet, formulated diet. Of course, this is not selective one, directly collected from the broodstock ponds and nature and separately grown in our cement tanks. Here another important thing, why we are getting today poor post larvae. I think we have a very good nutritionist in your university, Dr.P.P. Srivastava, and now Sivendra Kumar. I think P.P. Srivastava may be busy with administration. He is having a lot of zeal and to work in the field. He may be helpful for some extent for the development of these feeds, since we are expecting some hatchery to be coming up. Similarly, what larvae, even it's all right, broodstock we are maintaining and getting the good broodstock. There we are not ending the hatchery operation. Larvae of this, that is very important larval nutrition for getting the better survival and the better growth. Now what is happening? Of course, now there is no hatchery. When the hatcheries were working, the main problem was initial stages, at least from after hatching of 36, 48 dots, we start the feeding of natural, this live feed with Artemia naplia. Then now the main reason why they are not getting the proper nutrition, Artemia cost has gone up, Artemia cyst. When we are in 1984, I remember when you are using this, that is only 200 rupees, 1 pound tin. Today it is costing around 4,500 to 5,000 rupees. But whereas seed cost has not gone so many times. Then that is why in the hatcheries, pure quality diets are used. Even after up to 50th stage, you can have this Artemia naplia, partially Artemia naplias, then with egg custard and all things, which have different formulas. At least later stage, which is very important, that no hatchery is doing. Moina and Daphnia culture is very easy. Any manured ponds you can produce Moina in large quantity, bulk quantities. That can be replaced by this Artemia naplias, where you can get the good quality seed which can be supplied to the farmers. Farmers are the main thing. They should get the good quality seed. They were not knowing what is the good quality seed. Whatever is available in the hatchery, they bring and put it. They get the stunted growth. And the food fellows will get loss. See, these are the some slides of macrobial larvae and post larvae. What is the main conclusion? What is the role? Basically, the farmer is the main person who is the growing out and marketable size. Those people should be given collecting different locations. We have main thing, India is blessed with natural stocks. With that, we can be done without much genetical knowledge of any science, which can be done by collecting these stocks from different locations. And even, I think our college is going to start the hatchery. I think we can start there, this program, having small ponds, maybe 200 meter, 500 meter ponds, large number, where we can have different stocks and having this cross breeding, and we can see if your genetic persons are there, that is a very good job that can be done. Thank you for all for patient listening. Pravesh, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your very informative presentation, sir. It's like you explain all the practical aspects, sir, about the prawn hatchery and their quality, how the seed quality can be improved, how to manage the brood stocks. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now, sir, we are running short of time, so we will like to invite our last speaker of this webinar, Sri Bipin Kumar ji, lecturer, Fishery Training and Extension Center, Mitapur. Sir is a key person in preparing a draft on the BR fish seed certification and accreditation policy. Sir, Bipin sir, please, sir. I will share.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I'm able to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pravesh, am I audible?
Yes, sir. I'm sharing your PPT. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I've been assigned the topic strategies for enhancing quality of fish feed for freshwater hatcheries. Before getting into the issue, we must understand the present issue, and I'll limit myself to the extent of the state of Bihar itself. Concentrate myself on other places. Let me put some facts and figures that there are 185 finfish hatcheries in Bihar, and out of that, 150 are functional, and they are able to produce approximately 1,700 million fry. But still, we are producing this much.
Sir, are you able to see the your presentation, sir?
Actually, I have put it on the audio mode as because I told you that there was an electricity problem here in the entire office.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes, sir.
I'm seeing my presentation on the laptop. No issue.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Please.
Shall I continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Continue, sir, please.
Okay. But still, we all know that copseed is a lot of copseed is imported from West Bengal, and in few districts like Gopalganj and Betia, it comes from Uttar Pradesh as well. And as far as Pangaceous seed is concerned, it is 100% dependencies on the seeds from either coming from Bangladesh through West Bengal or produced in the West Bengal. Even now, the seed of other catfishes, Anabas, and Mustasemblas, they are also available, and they all are coming through the route of Bangladesh only. Issues are, as elaborately it has been dealt with our senior speakers, that one of the issue is why the farmers are having bad quality of feed. The largest issue is the inbreeding. Inbreeding is a very common issue that is equally applicable to the seed coming from the West Bengal and the seeds what we are producing in our state. Second is mixed breeding. Mixed breeding is due to lack of training, farmers what they are doing is they are putting at the same time groups of katla, rohu, marmal at the same time, and that is deteriorating our quality of seed by hybridization, or there are many other reasons. Other is lack of quality of brooders. I don't think out of 100, even the 10 hatcheries are collecting the brooders from the natural stock. So that is one of the reason that our seed quality is continuously deteriorating, and for that same we need a two-pronged program. That is, one is the training and awareness among the hatchery owners and the farmers, and the second is the regulation, that is the need for certification and accreditation policy. So I'll concentrate now on the draft which we are preparing for the accreditation and certification system for our state. And this will be applicable to all the public and private hatcheries and the seed production units. Reason being, good quality seed can only ensure good production and productivity. Over and above all, to certify or accredit the seed producing units, we need a organization or an agency which can certify the seeds. For that, we are going to issue a gazette, and some officers of the department and different research institute, College of the ICR, they will be taken into it. And we have prepared a committee at the state level and in every district as well. The main objective of making this accreditation certification policy is that to maintain quality standard and to ensure the social and environmental qualities and standard that is as we are facing right now, that neither of the things are maintained. That's why this policy will ensure that through this by their registration and licensing method, they will be motivated, and it will ensure that they follow the regulation. In the state level, you can see in the slide, in the next slide, that at state level, one committee has been made for the certification and accreditation. In that, our director, representative of the ICR, the representative of the College of Fisheries, joint director research, and joint director headquarter, and joint deputy director headquarter. they will be member of the state level seed certification and accreditation committee. And at the district level, there will be another committee that the chairman of the committee will be the deputy director of that range, and members, secretary will be the district fisheries officer, and other members will be from the university, KVK, and college of fisheries. Then from the farmers representative, then the representative of the cooperative societies, and there will be one representative from the district administration. Now, how this registration, accreditation, and license will be given? For that, as the slides are pretty long, and I think everyone will be tired as the session is running from 11 o'clock and now it's almost o'clock. So I will put everything in a short form that for district level accreditation, everyone apply beginning of the year to the district level certification accreditation committee, and for that it includes an individual, a society, association, agency, firm, any entrepreneur, private limited company, or any NGO or the SHG. Anyone can apply for this certification, and those will be issued a registration certificate, and first at the district level, and if required, it will go to the state level. For the registration, there will be a definite fee, and that fee will be determined later. It has not been determined right now, and they have to in the beginning, before the beginning of the every financial year, within 3 months, they have to apply to the district level committee, and once the certificate is issued, a license is issued, it will be valid for 5 years unless there is a complaint against them, and after proper verification, if that is not cancelled. After for application, they can go apply through either through on the website, or once the certificate is issued, this certificate is not final. They have to go for repeated renewal, and renewal can only be done when they are adhering to the standards that has been laid down in this policy. There are several issues that has been incorporated. I'm not getting into it. Before that, after that, I'll come to it. Just by putting some regulation on the farmer, that will not suffice everything. Rather, we are going for establishment of the laboratories also, which can ensure that the seed produced are not only from the good quality brooder, they are not having rather they are also disease free. For that, we will have all the different sort of for testing the virus, if it is present, that the PCR through PCR, and even for the different diseases, all the broods that must be disease free, that we have to ensure. And it is not only the brooder, it is the feed also that we are providing to the brooder or later on to the seed, that also affects the quality of the feed. As I was hearing, even Dr. Shivendra, that he was referring on these issues, that what kind of feed if we are giving a feed from the non-veg source or the plant source, then there is a difference in the growth, and their even that changes that makes them plastic in accepting different other quality of feed. So we have to will be issuing and registering, be issuing certificate and registering the feed companies also, which are producing feed for the brooders or for the seeds. Here, this committee will have power to ensure the what size of seed is to be bred, and what kind of seed is to be sold. Over and above all, the source of the seed, the size of the seed, the disease, then infection and other, all these things. Once this will be given as a standard, but standards will be changed time to time as per the requirement or in the development of in the scientific world. For different type of seed producing units, benchmark has been set. One, it has been divided into three parts. One is for the catfish, second is for the carps, and third is scampi, the freshwater giant freshwater prawn. And as Reddy sir was telling that it is not a very successful hatcheries are running, but yes, we are also now sanctioned 2 scampi hatcheries in Bihar. One is in College of Fisheries Kishanganj and other is in Patuha. That both of them are under construction. So in this one, we will require the help of Reddy sir to run it effectively and successfully. All these are like there are bench that I'll share. I have shared the slide that you can look at it. Even the water source, the type of water source, the quality of water, all these things are categorically when mentioned. The quality will be checked. Even the size, like right now, like just we have increased last till previous financial year, we were having that 3 acre of land is enough for the hatchery, but now it has been increased to 5 acre because unless they have got a more number of ponds, even for the brood, the quality brood production becomes a issue. Now, even the capacity of the overhead tank, even the tube well, pump set, the air blower if they have, even the flow through systems and all. So all these things are very clearly mentioned for all this. I'm talking for the catfish, and almost same thing is same type of facilities are required for the scampi as well. In case of a scampi, the things changes. Like we need a saline water, so the source of saline water is to be ensured, ascertained, and that should be free from any contamination. So these are the and the third is if we are going for hatchery of the carps where we can breed katla, rohu, kalbashu, mrigal, and even like there is one issue in Bihar that many of the hatcheries are out of maybe I'll give a benefit of doubt to the hatchery owners that out of ignorance they are breeding this big head, Restrictus nobilis, which is not legally introduced in our state or in our country, and you can find it everywhere in the culture system. So these are the things that can only be handled through awareness program and the training program, like in even like for spawn, fry, fingerling, for all these standards has been fixed. You can refer in the slide. I'll because I'm not taking a long time on all these issues. Even the breeding of air breathing fishes, like here I would like to mention that it is very critical now that we are also going for an advertisement on for the ban of Claris gariepinus. But in from other states, we are finding that now the hybrids of Claris batrachus and Claris gariepinus can be found, and it is very difficult to distinguish them, at least at the farmers level, and in early stage. Later, like they become, they take the same color and all, but initially it is very difficult. Okay, heteropenistis like Singi seeds and other koi seeds are available. So these are, and you will be surprised to know that like yesterday also in a different in some states there was a raid for Thai mango culture culturing farmers, and 1,500 kg was caught and it has been buried. But in Bihar, like we can find that in every market it is openly being sold, and if it is being sold, the farmers they tend to produce it, and it is produced in very unhygienic condition. So here also, like in accreditation, we have to very particular that air breathing fish seed producing units must not produce any unwanted, you can say, the fishes which has not been legally introduced. That includes the Rupchanda, Thai Mangur, and Big Head. So these species are also to be taken care of, that they will damage our natural resources and native species. As far as Pangaceous is concerned, yes, there are few hatcheries they have tried in Bihar to produce the seed, but trial was successful, but there is no commercial production of Pangaceous. So farmers, and in last 5-6 years, Pangaceous has become a major crop in Bihar. Many of the farmers they have gone for intensive farming or super intensive farming, and especially the small farmers of the South Bihar completely dependent on the seed from West Bengal, or the seeds that are produced in Bangladesh that also comes through West Bengal. It is very difficult to distinguish like which seed is from Bangladesh or which is from West Bengal, and there is no need also. But then also in Bihar we have to make efforts. If we can produce in a state-of-art hatcheries, we can construct and we can start the production of Pangaceous, because today culture season of Pangaceous starts in the month of February or March. That time the seed cost is I'll say obnoxiously very high. It is very difficult for the farmers even to stock that time. And as far as the scampi farming is concerned, fine, at the research center also we have tried more than once. And in Chhapra, Saran district, with the intervention of Honorable ex-minister Pratap Singh Rudi, that was started with the help of MPIDA. But somehow, due to the marketing issues, the farmers they did not continue. But microbrachium has got a good scope in Bihar, but we need the seed in the month of February or March, when the temperature becomes conducive. If the temperature, if it is stocked at a delayed stage, like in June or July, then no, the success is challenged. Yes, the seed production of ornamental fishes. Yes, we have integrated units in the state program. Also, we have taken under PMMSY scheme also. Ornamental fish hatcheries are being constructed. One in Purvi Champaran, then in Vaishali, and one in Patna, and then again two. We are in a process of construction, and we have already produced lots of wonderful koi carp seeds in Purvi Champaran. But here also we need the regulation for production of the ornamental fishes. Even the native ornamental fishes that we have, one or two, that should also be brought into the net, and we have to develop those species. Even the stocking density for rearing of the broods for carps, catfishes, scampi, and ornamental fishes, that has been specifically mentioned in the policy. So these are issues that I don't think I have taken much of a time. But unless this accreditation, certification and accreditation policy comes, it is very difficult to control the hatchery owners, because sometimes out of ignorance, that we can tell only by giving them the benefit of doubt that yes, they are ignorant. But sometimes it is out of greed that even the half kg size brooders are bred. And that creates a lot of problem when a farmer goes for farming. their growth issue is there. So these are to be taken care. This will be taken care of by this certification accreditation policy. And we are very hopeful that in near future we'll be able to pass this policy, and this will help us in producing quality seed, and ultimately farmers and the consumers, they will be benefited by pure variety of fishes with good quality of fish. Thank you. Thank you very much.
आवाज नहीं आई प्रवेश।
हेलो शिवेंद्र जी।
सर प्रणाम सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा सर। प्रवेश आवाज नहीं आ रही तुम्हारी।
एनी क्वेश्चन?
हाँ हाँ विपिन जी।
हाँ हाँ
हेलो।
हाँ हाँ बताइए।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
कह रहे थे डॉक्टर साहब कि ये जो हम उसका जो ग्रोथ है इसका फ्राई या फिंगरलिंग का,
हाँ हाँ
तो वो कैसे आप मेजर करेंगे कि ये इसका ग्रोथ रेट ठीक है? कुछ क्राइटेरिया जैसे हम देखते हैं एग्रीकल्चर वाले में क्या करते हैं, यहाँ अपने यहाँ जो सीड है प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट है, तो ये लोग करता है कि उसको सीड मंगा लेता है और एक महीना ग्रो करता है और उसके बाद उसका निकालता है कि कितना % जर्मिनेशन इनका हुआ
जी।
और उस आधार पर अगर 90% या एबव जर्मिनेशन है तो उसको ये लोग ओके कर देता है, और नहीं है तो उसको, तो क्या इस तरह का भी हम लोग कुछ इसमें प्रोविजन रख सकते हैं क्या?
सर ने बिल्कुल सही कहा, ये सैम्पलिंग प्रोसेस है सर, ये रैंडम सैम्पलिंग से सीड लेके करते हैं। सिमिलरली हमारे पास भी सर 100 के आसपास हमारे सरकारी सीड फार्म्स हैं। उन सीड फार्म में हम डेफिनेटली इन लोगों से जो स्पॉन आएगा उस स्पॉन को कलेक्ट करके हम अपने लेवल पर देखेंगे कि उनका ग्रोथ कैसा आ रहा है, सर्वाइवल क्या आ रहा है, और हम उसको अपने सर्टिफिकेशन और एक्रेडिटेशन में इंक्लूड करेंगे।
हाँ ये जरूर होगा
सर। उससे मेरा एक सबमिशन है सर, उससे बेटर होता सर कि अगर कोई ऐसा लेबोरेटरी रहता जहाँ की कंट्रोल इन्वायरमेंट में इसको चेक करने का तरीका है कि एक स्टैंडर्डाइज, अगर स्टैंडर्डाइज कर लिया था कि हाँ कोई भी सीड का, इस सीड का कंट्रोल कंडीशन में कितना ग्रोथ जनरली मिलता है, ये स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन के बाद उस तरह का एक लेबोरेटरी फिक्स कर 1 या 2 जितना भी होगा सर, और वहां पर वो टेस्ट होता, तब वो ज्यादा अच्छा से होता सर। क्योंकि सिंपल अगर हम तालाब में दे दी तो बहुत तरह का फैक्टर्स वहाँ काम करेगा जिससे कि दिक्कत हो सकती है, तो अगर इस तरह से हो तो ज्यादा बेटर है सर।
नहीं आपने सही कहा, ये योर एडवाइस इज वेल टेकन। हम इसे इंक्लूड करेंगे कि पहले हम इसे देख लें। ऐसे ऑल्दो स्टैंडर्ड्स आर देयर इन डिफरेंट, इट्स ऑलरेडी साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन, बट देन आल्सो आप सही कह रहे हैं कि हर टैंक में कंडीशंस अलग होते हैं, लेकिन हम यहाँ सिर्फ चेक करेंगे कि उनका सर्वाइवल और इनिशियल ग्रोथ कैसा है। तो सर्वाइवल के लिए तो स्टैंडर्ड कंडीशन ही दे करके चेक होगा ना।
जी सर,
ठीक है
सर। सर
सर और कोई सवाल सर?
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब, बड़ा अच्छा ड्राफ्ट आपने बनाया है और बहुत ही अच्छा है ये, काफी आप लोगों ने एक्सरसाइज किया है एंड इट विल बी डेफिनेटली फ्रूटफुल इन
सर थैंक यू सर। थैंक यू सर।
रेड्डी साहब, तबीयत कैसी है आपकी?
ठीक है सर अभी।
अच्छा
just a minute.
हाँ,
before selecting the seed and bringing and testing the growth and all things, first of all we should give the importance of broodstock. What is the size of broodstock they are using? This was decided by long back Professor Ali Kuni's time. Katla should be 3 years old. Rohu and Megal should be Katla 3 years old and Rohu and Megal should be at least 2 years old. First of all, we should check the hatcheries, what type of brooders they are maintaining. Then automatically offspring, that is a later stage.
Yes.
Anybody is doing mischief with this broodstock, we should be very strict and take care of them. Then we should disqualify that hatcheries. Definitely nobody is going to purchase those seed. That will the first and foremost thing which we have to take the action.
Exactly, sir. That is very important, sir.
Sir, in the policy we have include maximum part we have concentrated ourselves on the brood only, because you rightly said, sir, without having a good quality parent, we cannot
Yes.
expect a good offspring.
Of course, this is
That
very
is
common phenomenon for all animals and human beings.
Exactly.
Within it is a good talk. I was listening completely, sitting here, but it should come into the action properly. Your all staff members of department should be active and go and check the brood stocks before onset of the breeding. Even I have seen in Andhra, I am from Andhra, I have seen in the worst condition, they bring 100 kg on bicycle and dump into the circular hatchery, and next day morning they dump it somewhere else. See, these are very important. Nutrition is very important, stocking density is very important, brood stock. Anyway, these are so many people talk these things.
हाँ तो ब्रोड स्टॉक के लेवल पर भी हो और फिर सीट के लेवल पर भी हो तो पकड़ा
सर आई
दोनों में अगर किया जाए
सर
जी
सर
नहीं ये ड्राफ्ट तो अच्छा बना है सब आवाज नहीं आ रही है डॉक्टर साहब अनम्यूट कीजिए
Sir.
Hello.
And this draft policy will be put. Hello. Before the draft, sir, will definitely. Hello, sir. आवाज आ रही है मेरी? Hello.
Yes.
Hello. आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And before finalizing this draft, sir, we would definitely invite representative and scientists for the expert opinion, the College of Fisheries and from the ICAR, because what we have drafted, that what we have understood. But definitely a lot of things are to be improved, and before finalizing the policy, everyone's opinion is to be taken care of, sir.
That's very good, sir. That's all. और फर्स्ट टाइम आपने बनाया है, इतना अच्छा बनाया है कि ठीक है ये और अभी बीसी साहब भी कह रहे थे कि ये ड्राफ्ट मतलब फैसिलिटी होनी चाहिए, तो उस पर काम हो रहा है, अच्छा है
तुम्हारा आवाज नहीं आ रहा है।
तो मैं रेड्डी साहब कह रहे थे कि एक बार प्रोग्राम बने यहाँ, थोड़ा ये नॉर्मलाइज हो जाता है कोरोना, तो एक टूर प्रोग्राम 1 वीक का बने सर। हाँ
बनेंगे। Sivendra, that Delhi fellow has taken an address.
जी
I given address for tanks preparation and all things. There are so many people in Calcutta. I don't know. Afterwards, I don't know what is the progress of.
आ गया सर, 17 टैंक्स आ गया सर हमारे पास।
टैंक्स
17 टैंक्स आ गया सर।
वो एक बार ना मेरे को वीडियो में दिखाना।
जी सर। अभी रखा है, और भी टैंक सेकंड में आता है तो सारा एक साथ वीडियो दिखाते हैं सर।
किधर से बना रहा है अभी? Delhi. Actually, main thing, they are already for the construction of sheds and all. When they are making tanks, they should have some knowledge of the hatchery. That is very important. That is the main life of the hatchery. Anyway, now so many people may be waiting. Thank you for all of you.
Pravesh.
Thank you, Rai Sahab, and thank you, Pravesh. Thank you, Sivendra, and all colleagues. Okay.
प्रवेश आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
ठीक है सर, ओके
सेशन खत्म कर रहे हैं सर, 2 मिनट से खत्म कर रहे हैं सर, जस्ट लास्ट।
हाँ
प्रवेश आ रहे हैं सर।
Hello.
हाँ बोल।
Thank you so much, Bipin sir, for a nice draft you are prepared as a policy for the seeds certification and accreditation policy. Now, I would like to give vote of thanks to end of this program. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected Vice Chancellor Sir, and all the speakers of the today's webinar, and dear participants. I, Dr. Pravesh Kumar, on behalf of the Department of Aquaculture, College of Fishery Dolly, and Organizing Committee, feels immense pleasure to take this opportunity to propose a vote of thanks. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. J.K. Jaina Sir, and our guest of honor, Dr. N. Vijayalakshmi Ma'am, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. R.C. Srivastava Sir, and our Registrar Sir, Dr. P.P. Srivastava Sir, and our Dean, Dr. S.C. Rai Sir, for giving the time and to be present throughout the webinar, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to express my gratitude to all the keynote speakers of today's program for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. I thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. Jagidar Sir, Principal Scientist, ICRCAP Mumbai, Dr. PCAU Sir, Principal Scientist and National Fellow, ICR CIFA Bhubaneswar, Dr. A.K. Reddy Sir, former Immediate Scientist and Adjunct Faculty of our College of Fishery Dolly, and Dr. Tuntun Singh Sir, DFO Muzaffarpur District and Lecturer Fishery Training and Extension Center, Mitapur, Dr. Sivan Kumar Sir, Associate Professor, CUF Dolly. I must thank the organizing team for working hard for their last few days to make this webinar a successful event. I thank the ARISL for the technical supports to organize this webinar. In the last but not the least, I would like to thank all the participants for their active participation in this national webinar. Thank you everyone once again, and we hope you can join us again in future. Have a nice day. Thank you.
I thank Dr. Pravesh for nice organizing this webinar. Thank you, Pravesh.